Inaugural in National Science Day 2024, which is jointly organized by Amity Institute of Applied Sciences and Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. This year, the theme of this event is Indigenous Technologies for Viksit Bharat. We are honored to have with us our guests of honor, Mr. Pradnyan Usgaonkar, Director Operations and CEO at Elcom Innovations, and Dr. Anand Swaroop, Senior Principal Investigator and Chief NNRL, National Eye Institute, National Institute of Health, Bethesda, MD, USA. We are delighted to have with us our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, Sir, President, Amity Science Technology and Innovation Foundation, ASTIF, former Distinguished Scientist and Chief Controller of Research Development, LSDRDO. To begin with, I would like to first introduce Professor Sunita Ratan, Ma'am, who is Dean Science and Technology, Director, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. She has a rich experience of more than 25 years in academics and research. In addition, she is serving as Secretary, Asian Polymer Association and Society for Biomaterials and Artificial Organs, Delhi. Further, she is the Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry, London. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan, Ma'am, to give her opening remarks.
A warm welcome to all the students and the faculty members for National Science Day. It's a great, great day for all of us. But before I give my opening remarks, I would like the MC to start with invocation, that is Saraswati Vandana, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us insightful introduction on our theme. It's always been a pleasure to hear from you. To make an auspicious beginning, let us start this event by lighting the lamp while chanting of Saraswati Vandana for the blessings of the Almighty. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please proceed towards lighting the lamp.
शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा हर गीत तुझसे तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा हर गीत तुझसे हम हैं अकेले हम हैं अधूरे तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ मुनियों ने समझी गुनियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की बानी बुनियों ने समझी गुनियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की बानी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ।
Goddess Saraswati is a symbol of knowledge, music, art, wisdom, and nature. May the divine power bless us all. To extend the warm welcome, I would like to request Dr. W. Selvamurthy sir to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Dr. Anand Swaroop, Senior Principal Investigator and Chief NNRL, National Eye Institute, National Institute of Health, Bethesda, MD, USA. Now, I would like to request Professor B.C. Das sir to present sapling to our guest of honor, Mr. Pradhanil Usgaonkar, Director Operations and CEO at Elcom Innovations. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present a sapling to our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, Professor Balvinder Shukla ma'am. Now, I would like to request Professor Shubhajit Bishwas sir to present a sapling to Dr. W. Selvamurthy sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Shubhajit Bishwas sir to present a sapling to Professor B.C. Das sir, Chairman AIMMSCR. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to present a sapling to Professor Shubhajit Bishwas sir, Director AIMMSCR. Now, I would like to request Professor Shubhajit Bishwas sir to present a sapling to Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am. Now, I would like to request Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am to give her opening remarks.
Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Balvinder Shukla, our Chief Guest, Dr. Anand Swaroop, Chief NNRL, National Eye Institute, National Institution of Health, USA, Guest of Honor, Mr. Pradhanil Usgaonkar, CEO, Elcom Innovations and Director Operations, Professor B.C. Das, Chairman, Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research and Dean of Health and Allied Sciences, Dr. Selvamurthy, President ESTIV, HOIs of various institutions, dignitaries, faculty members, and dear students. It's a proud privilege to welcome you all to the celebrations of National Science Day 2024. On this auspicious occasion of National Science Day, we celebrate the remarkable achievements of India's science and technology. This day commemorates the discovery of Raman effect by Sir C.V. Raman in 1928, a pioneering contribution that brought India to the forefront of scientific research. National Science Day is observed on February 28th every year across the country to mark and celebrate the contributions of scientists towards the development of India. Science is just not the subject. It is a way of thinking, a process of discovery that has the power to transform the world. We all are aware that this year, the theme of National Science Day 2024 is Indigenous Technologies for Viksit Bharat, Developed India. Today, at Amity University, we gather to celebrate and discuss a crucial aspect of a nation's progress, the role of indigenous technologies in building a developed India. In the modern era, we strive to become global leader. It is imperative that we harness the power of our indigenous technologies. These are the technologies that are developed, owned, and controlled by our own people of India. They not only cater to our specific needs and challenges, but also contribute to our economic growth and self-reliance. India has a rich tradition of scientific discovery, from the ancient contributions of Aryabhata, Sushrata, to the modern achievements of C.V. Raman, Homi Bhabha, and APJ Abdul Kalam. Today, Indian scientists and researchers are at the forefront of cutting-edge research in the fields such as biotechnology, nanotechnology, and artificial intelligence. The significant strides in space technology with the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, achieving several milestones, including the Mars Orbiter mission, the Chandrayaan mission, to the modern has brought India to the forefront, to the moon has brought India to the forefront. These successes have not only showcased India's technological prowess, but also its ability to innovate cost-effective solutions for complex challenges. In the renewable energy sector, India has emerged as a global leader with ambitious targets for social and wind energy generations. The country is also investing in technologies like hydrogen fuel cells, advanced battery storage to enhance the energy security and reduce its carbon footprints. Overall, India's role in developing indigenous technologies is a testament to its commitment to self-reliance and innovation. However, much needs to be done yet. There are a number of key areas where indigenous technologies can play a transformative role. Right from advanced technologies such as AI, ML, to the innovations through its traditional knowledge in health sector and agriculture. By integrating modern technology with our traditional knowledge, we can develop innovative solutions for all sections of society. In conclusion, the journey towards a Viksit Bharat must be guided by the principle of innovations, sustainability, and inclusivity. Indigenous technologies are not just tools for development, they are the reflection of our cultural heritage and national identity. Let us embrace and nurture these technologies to build a prosperous and self-reliant India for future generations. We are immensely thankful to all the institutions of Faculty of Engineering, Science and Technology and Faculty of Biotechnology and Biosciences who have joined hands to celebrate the National Science Day 2024 through conducting expert lectures, student-oriented events. The participating institutions are AIMMSCR, AIAS, AIFT, AIFS, AINST, AINN, AIP, AINT, and AIB. I take this opportunity to extend our heartiest and profound thanks to our revered founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his enormous encouragement, support, and guidance in all such type of endeavors. We are deeply grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, for her guidance and directions. Dr. Selvamurthy deserves a special thanks, who always support unconditional support for science and research activities. On this National Science Day, let us reiterate our dedication to nurturing a culture of scientific inquiry and innovation. As teachers and scientists, may we ignite the passion for discovery in the upcoming generation of scientists and engineers, urging them to challenge the limit of knowledge and shape a brighter future for humanity. I wish you all a happy National Science Day 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging words. Now, I would like to introduce Professor B.C. Das, sir, who is the founder director of ICMR's National Institute of Cancer Prevention and Research, Noida. He was also director of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Center for Biomedical Research, University of Delhi. He is now the chairman of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, officiating head of Amity Institute of Microbial Technology, chairman University Research Council, dean of Health and Elite Sciences, AUUP, and vice president of Amity Science, Technology, and Innovation Foundation. He is renowned cancer biologist, mainly worked on HPV and cervical cancer, the vaccine for which is being introduced in India now. Now, I would request Professor B.C. Das, sir, to give the welcome address. Over to you.
Well, very good morning to one and all. First of all, we could tell together the Happy National Science Day. You can repeat this with me. Happy National Science Day. Thank you. Most respected, Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, sir. Thank you, sir, for making it convenient to join on this auspicious day of celebration of National Science Day at Amity University. Our Honorable Dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balbinder Shukla, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Anand Sarup. He is a senior principal investigator and chief, National Eye Institutes, NIH, National Institute of Health, USA. Guest of honor, Sri Pradnail Udgaonkar, with the Director Operations and CEO, Elcom Innovations. Our own Dr. Selvamurthy, the President of ASTIC, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundations, DG, ADSI, and distinguished, I would say, is a biodefense or a defense scientist. So, and Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dean and Director of the Physical Science, and Dr. Biswas, my colleague, is the Director of AMSAR. So, all esteemed invited speakers, there are some are here, some are on the way, will be joining. There are distinguished speakers in from the different sciences, technology, and industry, and all invited guests, and our faculty colleagues, and most importantly, the students, the future scientists, or the young minds of our great nation, India. Many things depends on you, and this Science Day is for you, that how to navigate your way. So I welcome you all on behalf of the Amity fraternity and on my own behalf for the celebration of our National Science Day. The last day of February generally is the 28th day, but in 4 years, one day increases. So, but 28 days is the last day of the 28th is the last day of the February, and that is very important in national context, because this is the day in year 1928 that the greatest discovery was made, Raman effect, by Sir Chandrasekhar Venkata Raman. And since then, you should remember, and we should all think that he only created the history, and he was the first Asian to receive this Nobel Prize in any branch of science till date. This placed India in global scientific map at that time. And It has now going to be 100 years. 1928, he discovered this Raman effect. I will come and tell a little bit of what that Raman effect is, but only after 2 years. But after discovery, you make maybe 50 years age, but it may take 80 years or 90 years to get the Nobel Prize. But this person, it was so important that it is only after lapse of 2 years, 1928 and 1930, he got the Nobel Prize. So this is the importance of the discovery. Every year, India celebrates and commemorates this day as National Science Day to honor Sir Chandrasekhar Venkatraman. He is addressed as Sir, not that this Sir we always say. So for his path-breaking discovery of Raman effect on 20th February 1928, and only after 2 years, and so we embrace this general theme that with this, that with immense national pride and spirit is to integrate what is the importance of this day, that to integrate the science and technology for sustainable future. And that is why the theme of this year, which changes every year, is that the indigenous technologies for Viksit Bharat. And this is actually, this underscores the pivotal role of science and technology in daily life, and aiming to foster a scientific temper and scientific thinking. Research comes, or science comes, through thinking among the general public, highlighting the significance of indigenization of science, technology, and innovation for India's progress. And it very well aligned with our honorable the Prime Minister's vision that make in India, that the slogan that we should make in India. It was, though the award and all this discovery was made by, an award was given, a Nobel Prize in 1930, but it took almost 50 years or more around that to first start the celebration of the National Science Day in 1987 on the 28th February. And this discovery, known as Raman effect, briefly to tell, the scattering of the, it means that scattering of the light in elastic collisions with molecules of the matter. It refers to the change in the wavelength of the light that happens when a light beam is scattered and deflected by molecules of the matter. Used in it is the immediate and the most important instrument made out of that is the Raman spectroscopy. It is there in our university and departments, and it is being used employed for the determining and examining the chemical structure and composition of a substance. So this is become that the wavelength scatter light, which is unique to each molecule, and provides information about the energy states, and that helps in the structure determination. I will not go into the detail, but most important that no nation, no society can progress and come to the world level and world map if the science and technology is not, development is there. So development and the progress of the society, nation, or the nation depends on the development in the science and technology. Therefore, as a nation and as a country, we should encourage the scientists and technologists, promote and raise awareness about science, promote scientific temper and thinking, and instill or spark curiosity in young minds like you people. You are the future of the country or the nation. Encourage scientific collaboration and highlight advancement of science. So, though in last few years, we have already, Professor Sunita Ratan has said many things, but we know immediate that we know that last few years, we have seen several significant advancement in the, and that in the science and technology in India. I will just name a few, I will not take much time. So the landing of the moon, Chandrayaan, and now coming the Gaganayan, which is the put the Indian astronauts in the space journey. Then you know the great whole world was going to be destroyed because of the COVID, and we didn't have the vaccine, but we could develop our indigenous vaccine and we could save our people. That is the COVID vaccine. These are the discovery. These are the things you need to bring into the for the nation, for the society. And then recently, it is just now mentioned in the introduction, the HPV vaccine, human papilloma vaccine against human papillomavirus that cause the cervical cancer. So it can be protected, the women, and it very well coincides with our government's proposal to the empowering women. So this is I take importantly, and most importantly, the government of India now rolling out this vaccine from this year for empowering the women from the point of view of health. And in fact, I myself take special pride for this, as another extremely happy for this, that I was fighting for long time with the government and the ICMR. When I was at ICMR, I was the pioneer in initiating the HPV research and HPV detection and in the country. And in the way back, 38 years back, started in 1986 in collaboration with the German Cancer Research Institute, the then director, Professor Harald Jurhausen, who is my mentor. And we worked together for a long time. And 2008, he started in 70s. I joined in 1986. And several years, I had the more than decades I have spent with him. And 3 decades we had a collaboration. And by 2008, when I was director of NICPR here in Noida, he became he was awarded the Nobel Prize. So, but that led to that sort that the HPV is the causative agent for cervical cancer. Those who do not know, and you should know that. And we have the vaccine, indigenous vaccine, and from this year, this vaccine would be available. So this is a great pride. And so, but nevertheless, unfortunately, nowadays, not many bright or brilliant minds prefer to go for science. They want the shortcuts for the money earning, so go for the other professions. So that I do not blame them. But those who are really interested in science and technology, they should go for that. And it is now the time to inspire our young minds to take up science and more as their career. And it is time also that it is now going to be a century. 1930, this award, there are several Indians have got the Nobel Prize. You know that in different fields, as well as in biosciences and other sciences, but they are not worked in India and not from India. They are Indians abroad. So it is the high time now that the India to country that the India's C.V. Raman got the Nobel Prize in 1930, and we are soon going to be 2030. So we should expect or aspire for a Nobel Prize in science at least by 2030, if not earlier. So it is 100 years gone, no Nobel Prize from the country. So if you have to bring in the India in the map of the world map of science, so it is important, and that is what is needed. And where we are, what we are doing, yes, many people are doing excellent work, but it is time we have to show that we have shown in many fields, but also in science, bringing the Nobel Prize. With this brief note, I once again welcome you all for this, all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and of the dais and also online, and the guest faculty or faculty students to celebrate the National Science Day. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. It is with great honor that I may now introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla. Not only she is an academician as a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT, she has a great interest in every field of research and is an excellent administrator. She has a vast number of years of
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning, most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, a very esteemed guest of honor for the day, Dr. Anand Sarup, Senior Principal Investigator and Chief and NRL, National Institute of Health, USA. Our guest of honor, Dr. Pradnil Uskankar, Director Operations and CEO of Alcon Innovations. My very esteemed colleagues, Dr. Silvamurthy, Dr. B.C. Das, Dr. Sunita Ratan, Dr. Biswas, all the head of institutions, deans, and the future innovators and leaders, students. It's truly a historical day, which happened almost a century back, when the great son of this nation had made a discovery of Raman effect, and for which he was, Dr. C.V. Raman, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize almost a century back. And that was not the first time the Indian have made the discovery, but India is known for innovation and for very rigorous scientific temperament from the ages. India is known for the metallurgy, India is known for the medicine, but it only over the ages, because of the so many innovations, the rich heritage of India, or the scientific temperament of India, was overshadowed by the invaders. I think the true potential and the true nature of Indian minds only with the recognition of Dr. C.V. Raman came into the again recognition. Today, if you look at the Indian scientists across the globe who have made the waves, lot of discoveries, and many of them have got the Nobel Prizes also. But back home in India, we see that when it happens, if you take the IT industry, is majorly ruled by the Indian minds. And our Honorable Prime Minister, who recently announced that India to be the Viksit Bharat, and by announcing the National Education Policy 2020, where multidisciplinarity is extremely important for the innovation and to create that innovative mindset of the student, that not only the student of a particular discipline can do the innovation, but the students from all the discipline can, under the NEP 2020, student can learn or take the discipline from the arts, humanities, social sciences, and the engineering and technology together. Whereas earlier the education was in silos, engineers means only studying the engineering and the science student only studying the science. But today the student can take the multidisciplinary, the 50% science subjects and 50% the arts humanities subjects. And that's the kind of the flexibility is coming in innovation, because when you do an innovation, when any innovation is required, it requires the understanding the societal needs. At the same time, the understanding the national priorities. Our national priority is that how we make India the Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. But then we need to also understand how we will be Atmanirbhar. It's only through the innovation, understanding the societal needs, understanding the economic status, and also what are the latest trends and how we can be ahead of those trends and set the new standards and new trends for our own nation. And I think India has started reflecting that the COVID pandemic, as Dr. B.C. Das has already shared, the COVID pandemic was a big challenge, but it was our Honorable Prime Minister who, with the help of the scientists, not only ensure that every citizen of the country gets the vaccinated, but also help the various other countries, and that has given the big recognition to our country. Our Honorable Founder President, when he established the MIT higher education, from that day itself, he always focused on how the scientific temperament, not only in the higher education, even in the school education, be promoted. And that is the result that today our school children are also getting not only the awards in the competitions, but the national award, the children's Padma also recently the Dr. Suhani Chauhan has got NASA competitions. Our students, school children have won. Amity students have also, brought a lot of laurels to the Amity University, and under the guidance of Dr. Silvamurthy, who has been focusing on research, and Dr. B.C. Das, who is focusing on the health and allied sciences, the cancer research, and I'm sure time will come when we will have the Nobel laureate even from Amity. That's what the goal for Amity University is, and I salute all the scientists of Amity who are committed to the vision of Honorable Founder President, and through the research and innovation from Amity Education Group, the Amity scientists will solve many of the societal problems and contribute to the nation building and making India a Viksit Bharat. The focus area, the healthcare, the agriculture, the defense studies, you name any national priority, Amity scientists are working. And again, I would like to thank our Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor for creating a platform like Amity Education Group and creating the culture of research and innovation amongst all the students and the researcher, and giving the great opportunity to everyone to contribute with the industry, with the international organization, research organization, so the synergy of the efforts, synergy of the minds can be brought to achieve the bigger goals for the world, to make this world a better place to live. Once again, I congratulate on this National Science Day, and we commit together that we will fulfill not only the vision of making the Viksit Bharat, but also the vision of our Honorable Chancellor and Founder President to make this world a better place to live through research and innovation, as well as through the human values. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always been a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you again for taking time for us. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Shubhajit Biswas sir. Professor Shubhajit Biswas sir is the director of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and stem cell research, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. He's a pioneer in liver cancer, miRNA therapeutics, and stem cell biology. Now, I would like to request Professor Shubhajit Bishwas, sir, Director AIMM SCR, to address the audience.
Battery low. Hello? Battery low. Good morning, everybody. So, Amity faculty, all my esteemed gurus, Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Silvamurthy Sir, Visida Sir, and all dignitaries and speakers, and my beloved PhD scholar, graduate and undergraduate students and faculties. Today, we gather here not only to celebrate the Science Day, but also to promise to open our minds, our progress thought, and innovations. So, Sir Chandrasekhar Venkatesh Raman, of course, he is a very bright scholar, and within 13 years, he completed his 10+2. And by 16, he was graduated, and the top rank from the Madras Presidency College, and that time, he published the first research paper in the time of his graduation. And this is on the diffraction of light. And 1906, and by 19-year-old, he joined Indian Finance Service in Calcutta as an assistant accountant and published the Newton's rings in polarized light. And that time he did not have the formal PhD degree. So that is the hits. Even Albert Einstein also, you know, that is, he was also simple, the patent office he was working. So later on, the C.V. Raman got the honorable doctoral degree from the Calcutta University, and where the Ashutosh Mukherjee was the vice chancellor. So in the 17, he joined the Calcutta University, and during his accountant office, he continued his thinking, his research, and that time he was more interest was in the musical instrument vibration. So that is the vibration we need in our life. That is the musical vibrations. And due to the health issue, he could not go to the abroad, especially he wanted to go in the London Oxford University, did not get visa, but he was continuing the research in India. This is the all indigenous research. And when he was a professor, he went to London, and coming back from the London to establish his lab and a huge lab in Calcutta University. And the question was, when he was traveling in the ship, the question was, why the ocean looks blue? The people knows the time, that time. It is due to the sky color and the theory of famous physicist that is called relics theory. But our Professor Raman says, no, it's not right. And that is his research. That is the oceans look blue because the light diffraction pattern of the water molecule. Today, we see the Amity logo. You can see the Amity logo, right? That's made up of the blue color and the yellow color. Now, what is the science behind it? We can see the yellow color, the part of the yellow color, because that portion is absorption, all lights, all color of lights, except the yellow. And the blue portion of the logo is showing the blue color because it's absorbing all color of light except the blue color. So we know about the different color of the light. You can see by the prism, and we have experience with the rainbow's color in the red, blue's color. So that is the way we are watching the objects. That means that each molecule has a own molecular fingerprint. That is the Raman effect. That is the diffraction. So that is the Raman effect in 1913. He got the Nobel Prize in 20th February, and Visida sir also mentioned about that. And he is the first Indian director in Institute of Science in Bangalore. And this is the indigenous technology of Viksit. This is the theme of today's Science Day. So just a little bit I can say about what is the Shiksha, Diksha, and Viksha. So this Viksha is started with the V, that is victory. It's not Viksha, it's a Viksha. That means in Bengali it's called the Bikoshito, blooming flower. So all of you are today is a Shikshit. Of course, you guys are Shikshit, you are in university. And also you are Dikshit also because you are learning the things and you are dedicated, you are accomplished, and you are the committed for the science. We are all committed for the science. So I want to give the example that is we want to do indigenous sciences, and today in the dais, Professor Viksit sir is sitting. He also published the Nature publication from BHU in this. This is the indigenous research. We want to do the indigenous research, and in the subsequent speakers, you will learn and listen all the things about the indigenous research of the scientists. Now, all you are individually different, and all your absorption fingerprint is different, and your diffraction also different, right? So after this, listening all the talks, every day we listen the science, but our diffraction is different. That is your award, and this is your publication, that is your success. So that is, we have to glow up with us with the scattering of light, scattering of the thought, the scattering of the things. So last, I want to just finishing with the word, because must be founder sir is silently watching our this show of this Science Days program, and all the Shiksha, Diksha, and Viksha is coming under the one concept called the VAG, is created by our founder president sir. It's called VAG, B for behavior, then H for hard work, double A, that is one is for the attitude, ambition, and finally we have to trust on the God. That is the ultimate of the success of the Science Day. Thank you. I'm not taking too much time, and I welcome all the speakers, and in the track 1, track 2, and track 3, 4, all tracks, the scientific session will be go. And now the guest of honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, who is President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General for Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, is promoting and coordinating research and innovation in all Amity institutions. Prior to joining Amity, Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, has served Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, Government of India for 40 years. He is presently member of Scientific Advisory Committee to Cabinet, SAC-C, Government of India. He is the chairman of Technology Commercialization Committee of ICMR. He is chairman of Interministerial National Steering Committee of DST on Scientific Social Responsibility, and also the chairman of Assessment Committee set by Ministry of Ayush for accreditation of Yoga Institute. He has published more than 250 research papers in reputed national and international journals and has written 18 books. May I now invite on stage Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, to share his thoughts.
Very good morning, and a very, very happy National Science Day to each and every one of us, each and every one of you who is here physically present, and also who are watching this program online and in all campuses. So a happy National Science Day. I must say a few words about our founder president, about whom so many people spoke, because for him, science, technology, innovation is like mind, heart, and soul. Science, technology, innovation is like mind, heart, and soul. Because when he started this Amity Education Group, Ritanand Balved Education Foundation, he wanted to give a focus for research, innovation, science, technology, innovation. So he simultaneously thought of establishing a science foundation, Amity Science and Technology Foundation. He established that first. When Dr. Mashelkar came here, he said one is missing there in this Science Technology Foundation. What is that? Founder asked him. Then he said, innovation. Science, Technology, Innovation Foundation. That is how in 2008, the whole Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, ASTIF, was formed. And as keeping him as the chairman, and then we had other vice chairman and so on. So I happen to be the president of that foundation now for the past 11 years. And then subsequently, he thought of another foundation which should connect global community of scientists, technologists with Amity Group. So he thought of, he established another foundation, Amity Foundation for Science, Technology and Innovation Alliances. Then he wanted things to happen fast. Science cannot go like in an incremental advancement. It has to have leaps and bounds. So he created a war room, SNT war room, Science Technology War Room. And then he brought science and technology warriors. This is how is the focus founder president. Let's clap for our founder president who is giving so much focus for science, technology and innovation. And he always says in the many forums and in the platforms here that he breathes innovation, he lives innovation. And so that is it. So on the National Science Day, we salute you, Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, for all this, what you are doing for Indian global science and technology and innovation. In fact, he wanted to organize this, the science, National Science Day in a different way. Now, he was thinking of a different rubreka that we should honor scientists of Amity and outside, and also we should honor technologists, and we must have in all campuses the same day celebration. So this will be done. This rubreka, which he is contemplating, Founder President, we will implement it in the next year celebration in 2025. National Science Day will be with that rubreka. Now, Dr. Anand Swarup, he is our chief guest today at this National Science Day, a great scientist, whom I hold him in a very high esteem, because I just had the interaction only in the last about an hour or so. But the way he has produced, you know, his H index is 101. 101. How many people? Let's clap for such a great scientist who is sitting here with more than 400 research papers. And also he has made a mark in the field of the stem cell research, molecular medicine. And so there's a convergence between what he is doing in USA, in the National Institute of Health, Bethesda, Maryland, and where he has a National Eye Institute in the United States of America. And so such a great man is here today. And we are trying to build a big partnership with him because we also give a focus on neurodegenerative disorders, which is also his focus. He has published many papers in Lancet, Nature Genetics, and Nature itself, Science. So such top journals he has published. So we are really honored to have such a great scientist of our country, people of Indian origin, achieving so much in science and technology in the United States of America, and also willing to contribute to Indian science through Amity Association. Thank you, Dr. Anand Swarup, for being with us. And then also going to be, we are very eagerly looking forward to listening to you. Then Dr. Pradnil Uzagaonkar, who is sitting next to him. He is a great sympathizer, lover of Amity, and he is doing so much contribution to Amity science technology. One is to take all of you students for internship. He has a big organization which is now having large number of students. He is the CEO of this Yelcom Innovations, electronics, and those areas, IT, and also signal processing, communication, sensors and communications is the field in which they have made a mark. He is doing a number of very strategic projects, defense projects for the country. One example is MRSAM, you know, the medium range surface to air missile, medium range. In that, he is giving the communication to the missile from the command control station. How do we do that? So that is one of the major contributions. And our MTech defense technology students, many of them are employed there. They go for internship. So let's clap for this great leader in defense technology. defense science and technology, and we want to work with you, expand, deepen our relationship, because we have an Amity Institute of Defense Technology. Some of the students are over here, and they have all got employment in big industries, defense industries like L&T, Tata's, Mahindra, Godrej, Reliance, and the Bharat Forge, and so on. And you were listening to Dr. Das. We are very proud to have such a great scientist with us. We call him father of HPV, human papilloma virus, which causes cancer cervix. And he is the one who worked with the Nobel laureate who discovered this virus. And today, vaccine is there. His contributions are also there as a pioneer in the field in the country to start research in the HPV area. I must compliment Dr. Sudhita Ratan, because I looked at the program with the help of Dr. B.N. Malik and Dr. O.P. Sinha and many others, Biswas and others. They are able to bring such a great group of people here, and you are going to listen to every one of them. Students, you people are the future of science and technology. So many of you will be like Dr. Abdul Kalam. Some of them will be like Mary Curie, and some of you will be like Tessie Thomas. So like this, no, dream. Then that dream will take you to that pinnacles which these people have achieved. So the whole program is for you. We are bringing such experts because we want to enthuse you, excite you, and also motivate you to be like this. Already an aspirational India, we are looking for a Nobel laureate coming from you, because you people should think like this, not to get employment, jobs, and then do some research, but think like this, getting a Nobel Prize or making a mark in science and technology in the country. So with this, I would like to also mention to you, students, I want to talk to you. What is the purpose of celebrating National Science Day? Anyone? Just raise your hand. Why do we celebrate National Science Day? Anybody just raise your hand? You will get a book. Why do we celebrate National Science Day? Anyone? Yes? To appreciate the contributions of science and technology and C.V. Raman. So that is the trigger. But actually, there are many purposes. I want to tell you, why do we? First is to celebrate successes. Today, India, in the 75 years of Indian science and technology, we are able to achieve so much. Green revolution transformed India from a begging bowl to a breadbasket. White revolution changed India to the top position in milk production through the white revolution. The BT revolution, NT revolution, IT revolution, everything is triggering India to the progress today. If 75 years, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have been able to increase the lifespan. Life expectancy has jumped from 37 to 70. You imagine, maternal mortality has come down, infant mortality has come down. So, and we have eradicated polio. We have eradicated, say, a few diseases, and we are in the process of eradicating many diseases. So this is the power of science and technology. So we want to demonstrate, tell you, remind you, students, that science has got that power, science and technology, to transform a nation to Viksit Bharat. That is why the theme for this year of the National Science Day is chosen as the science and technology, the indigenous, we want indigenous science and technology for Viksit Bharat. So this is a very important noble theme. The second one is we want to express gratitude to all those scientists like Sir C.V. Raman, J.C. Bose, and many other people who have taken Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, and Bhatnagar. All these people, they have transformed Indian science today. And we have that science in us, Vedas, Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga, Ayurveda, which all existed 5,000 years ago when civilization didn't exist elsewhere. That is our country. That is there in your gene. That is the power which you have. So in Science Day, we want you to express, realize the potentials of you, the Indian intellect, which Honorable Founder President keeps telling, no comparison for Indian intellect. So we want you to realize, express that DNA, and then bring it to the potentials of Viksit Bharat for the developed India. The next thing is, we also want to tell you that we have a scientific social responsibility, like corporate social responsibility for the industries, corporates. We also have as academicians, scientists, technologists, we have a responsibility to society, scientific social responsibility. So we want to remind on the National Science Day. I was the chairman of this National Policy Committee, which formulated today a national policy on scientific social responsibility. Prime Minister appointed this committee and I was the chairman. And today we have a blueprint. How do we execute this scientific social responsibility? Now, I want to tell what Amity Science is doing in this area. So just to give a little glimpse, we have, for Viksit Bharat, we need to have simple technologies, frugal innovation, cost-effective solution, so that people at the bottom of the pyramid can also afford that technology. So one thing whenever you do science technology, Indian science focuses on cost-effective solutions, frugality in science and technology, whether it's a space mission or it's a defense technology, we focus on this frugality. Second is sustainability. Whenever we do science and transform into a technology, you must make it sustainable, green technology, clean technology, so that we meet the goals of SDG. That is also very important. And to tell you, in Amity, we have focused exactly on this. To mention a few of those innovations, we have developed a root endophyte, which is Piriforma spora indica, which gives protection against the abiotic stress. That is going to benefit a large number of small and marginal farmers, which is 90% of our farmers are the small and marginal farmers. So we have to help them to increase productivity, to make them rich. So that is what is the aim of this microbial technology of Amity, which is given to 6 industries today. So we have transited from a science of understanding the magic fungus, Piriforma spora indica, then converted that into a technology. Today, the products are available through 6 industries to the farmers. Similarly, the LPG, which our Honorable Prime Minister has a mission to give LPG gas for all rural areas as well. So how do you ensure safety? So that is where we have to now look at this. Then, yes. So Founder President is watching this program and he has just wanted me to highlight to all of you. Founder wants to develop 200 millionaire faculties, 200 millionaire students when you become a faculty or a startup. So for which Amity has, in the National Science Day, we want to inform you, Founder has set a goal. We must have 25 faculty startup in this year, and who will be simultaneously a faculty, maybe assistant professor, associate professor, or professor. But you can also be simultaneously director of a board of a company, or a board of directors, or a director of a company. So he wants to make faculties rich through this. We are sharing the technology transfers. When I said 6 technology transfer has been done for one product, we are sharing 20% with them. So this is what is Amity. So all faculties who are here, please start dreaming, coming up with a proposal that we must have a startup. We have a good incubator, which has incubated more than 750 companies, and out of which 90 startups are doing extremely well, and they will be transiting to unicorns. So this is Amity, and we have all the IPR cell, technology transfer cell, technology enabling center, incubator, and so the whole process Dr. Chauhan has established over here. Now to give another example. So for the LPG gas, what we have found is for the safety, we have developed a room temperature sensor, which even at parts per billion concentration of the gas, if it leaks, you can detect it. So these are some simple frugal solutions which are required for the country, which Amity is focusing. Then the nano silver based water purification. Because everybody says nano silver is a biocidal. It kills microbes, pathogens. But then how do you convert the scientific knowledge into a technology? The science is the nano silver kills the bacteria or fungus or virus. So how do you now put it as a technology? We have done that as well. So we took pebbles, etched them to give greater porosity, impregnated the silver nanoparticles into the pores, converted them into a device which is useful in villages, which can purify water. We wanted to double the income of the farmers. So we created agri-voltaic technology. We know photovoltaic, we know agriculture, but we combine this as a technology, agri-voltaic, to double the income of the farmer. He will get income from the crop on one side and the crop by harnessing the solar energy. So such innovations are happening in Amity University. And also when we are focusing on this, we are also focusing on high tech, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence. We are doing a major project for the defense where artificial intelligence platform to detect in the mob or a crowd, how do you identify an antisocial element? Using 4 physiological parameters: occluded vision, skeletal configuration, gestures, and the gait. Using this precisely, you can say this is the individual. Similarly, you can detect a boat which is carrying an antisocial element in the coastal security. There are warships, naval ships, merchant ships, big boats, small boats. So if some boat is carrying antisocial narcotics, drugs, or arms, or an antisocial human being, then you can detect it by its behavior using again the AI platform. So like this, we are also doing on the high tech in this area. We have a very strong AI center of excellence here. 10 petaflop computing capability. Students, you have in Amity University, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan has established a center of excellence for artificial intelligence with 10 petaflop computing capability. That's the strongest computational capability today in the country. We are scaling up to 60 petaflop. Imagine the power of which the investment Amity is making in this area. So when we do frugal innovations, we also focus on high-end areas in which AI platform, we are using it for health, agriculture, energy. We have developed a platform along with the Baylor College of Medicine in US, a platform to downstream the potential candidates for vaccine into maybe 200, from 200 to 2. How do you do that? By using this platform, which is also used for early detection of cancer of lung and others. So I will stop here, just to only giving the final message that today India is an aspirational India. We don't want to be in number 3 in publication, number of publication, Nature Index number 7, patent number 9, and Global Innovation Index, we are number 40. We are not satisfied. We want to be number 1. So that is why today in the National Science Day, let us start dreaming, taking India to the position of a knowledge superpower, and also transforming India, a technology progress country, which will not only be strong in space, defense, every domain, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. With this, I once again compliment each and every one of you. And you are going to make India an economic power, military power, knowledge power through science, technology, innovation. And happy National Science Day. Founder President has also wanted to convey to all of you that in the APSTIA war room, we have this Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Neeraj Sharma. A.K. Singh is the Senior Vice President of the Foundation, and also Dr. Neeraj Sharma is the Deputy Director General. Please contact him if you want to, any one of you have brilliant ideas and you want to have a startup, they will enable you, they will guide you to do that. And so please use this opportunity and the government is supporting in a big way, both central government and the state governments. UP, there's a big startup policy which gives right from the initial grant, seed grant, right up to the exit to our transit into unicorn. You can take the help of the state governments, central governments, opportunities are plenty. So faculties, please make use of this opportunity. Students, please make use of this opportunity. Best wishes and blessings to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. It is a great pleasure to now introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Pradnil Usgaonkar, Director, Operations and CEO at Elcom Innovations, who has graciously accepted the invitation to join us today. Mr. Usgaonkar is a double postgraduate in management and electronics from Mumbai University with 35 years of experience, beginning with sales and marketing. He is currently holding the current position of Director Operations and CEO at Elcom Innovations for the last 9 years. Elcom Innovation is the part of the globally present Sun Group with its varied interest in aerospace and defense, renewable energy, mining and infrastructure. As a CEO and the member of the board, Ms. Usgaonkar is responsible for drawing and driving the organization's business strategy, which entails structuring the business both from short-term and futuristic point of view, in keeping with the vision of the organization. Development of state-of-the-art defense manufacturing infrastructure, driving the research and development initiative, funds management, including short-term and long-term funding, investments, banking relationships. In addition, he is an expert in the setting up and monitoring of AS9100D processes across the organization in fields as diverse as manufacturing, research and development, marketing, and HR. May I now invite on stage Mr. Pradnil Usgaonkar to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Honorable Founder Dr. Ashok Chavanji, and all the distinguished scientists sitting on the dais with me. I feel very honored today to speak in front of all of you. It is a rare opportunity for industry to address the young minds, the future of India. And all of you belong to Gen Z, am I right? You're not old like us. You belong to Gen Z. You have different aspirations. You have different views. And you people have a lot of information. And information is also available to all of you through technology, I would say, which was not available to us. Amity University has been doing great work in innovative technology. I've had the privilege to visit your incubation center. I've had the privilege to interact with Dr. Selvamurthy and some of the Amity University students who worked as interns with us, and eventually we offered them permanent employment in our research and development. I must say, are doing good job. In fact, Elcom Innovations does research and development in defense technologies. And one of our defense technologies has got a technology patent from Switzerland and Israel. And I'm very, very proud to say that the team which got this patent had the students from the Amity University who just graduated 2 years back. So I think as a university, you're producing good talent, good grooming, and I look forward to a lot more collaboration from the university.
Students, some of you can actually opt to go to this YELCOM, whomsoever is interested in science, technology, and industry related. You know, he is the one who is helping us. So make use of this opportunity to connect with him. And Dr. Gopa will help in this process of connecting with the YELCOM.
Before every meeting, I tell everybody that we should leave 10 minutes for technology adjustments. So it does take time sometimes for technology to be a little friendly. And this is a usual thing. We keep having Zoom meetings and screen sharing, and this is a usual problem. So yes, this is the scheme, Indigenous Technologies for Viksit Bharat at 2047. And the role of the students and the universities is something which I would like to talk. Not all of us can become CV Ramans. And I would say that for a developed country, CV Ramans are required, but also a lot more innovative minds are required who may not end up getting Nobel laureates, who may not end up getting their papers published in Nature magazine. Although I have a great respect, I come from a family of organic chemists who have done some innovative research in the past. And that's the culture that I've been brought up with. In fact, my father was professor of organic chemistry and director of Institute of Science. And he was also fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry. I heard this in your resume. So I respect and I feel honored to sit with the distinguished scientists. But to all the Gen Zs who are sitting in front of me, you don't have to be a Nobel laureate to make the nation change. And Prime Minister, our honorable Prime Minister, message to the youth and the role of universities can play in Viksit Bharat. He's compared the Viksit Bharat to freedom movement. And he said, and I quote, while emphasizing the role of our universities played during India's freedom struggle, he said, an entire generation of youth dedicated to the freedom of nation came into being, whose every effort was directed towards the goal of independence. So way back in the 1930s and 40s, when the CV Ramans were doing their own research, there were people who were dedicated themselves for the freedom struggle. And universities at that time played a very, very major role. So he said, today, every institution and every individual should move with a resolution that every effort and act will be for Viksit Bharat. The aim of your goals, your resolution should be only developed India. This is what the Prime Minister said, and it's so true that it is you who can create a difference. He further goes on to add that youth power is both the carrier and the change, and also the beneficiary of the change. I would like to emphasize the word beneficiary of the change. For that, I will have to take you a little back and tell you how technologies have touched common man and how technologies have benefited all of us. Let's look at, I'm a telecom man, so let's look at telecom revolution in India. In the 90s, when we started Elcom innovation, we used to say that Indian teledensity is 7%. Today, it is 85% in 2023. So almost every Indian has a telephone. To us who were born in the 60s and 70s, we had to wait for almost 10 years to get a telephone line in our house. That also, to make a long distance call, we had to book a trunk call and wait for hours for that trunk call to materialize. And even when the trunk call materialized, many times, the line was so feeble that we could hardly talk. I would like to give you an example of communication. When my mama left India in the 60s to Ireland to do his PhD in organic chemistry, he traveled by ship. We all, his mother, that is my grandmother, said goodbye to him on the ship, which took 28 days to travel to London. For 28 days, no correspondence. Imagine if he has even posted a letter after reaching London, it would take 28 days for that letter to come back. So almost for 2 months, a mother did not know whether her son has reached London and he's okay. This was the technology back then in 60s and 70s. Today, you guys, from the day you leave your house till the time you are continuously communicating with your loved ones, your friends, your parents, that you reached the airport, you cleared the immigration, you are sitting in the flight, and there are some airlines which are giving today Wi-Fi within the flight. So you're also telling them, I'm flying over the Pacific, I'm flying over the Atlantic, and then you reach and then you say, I've cleared the immigration. So every hour you're talking to your parents, you're talking to your loved ones. But just a few years back, for 60 days, The mother did not know whether her child has reached. Those were the days. So we've all experienced, all those who were born in the 60s and 70s have experienced what telecom was and what we are today. Today, at the click of a button, you're able to, I'll give you another example. We have a lady who's working in our house. She comes from a tribal Bihar. Her village is from a tribal remote in the state of Bihar. Today, I have seen her doing a video call to her sister and mother in her house, a village which did not have electricity 5 years back. Then they had electricity for 1 hour a day, and they were living on the solar candle. And today, the electricity is 24 hours, and they are able to charge their cell phones. And she's able to, the bandwidth is such that it supports even a video call to a tribal village in Bihar. So that's what the power of technology is. And that technology, makes your life better. You're a beneficiary of change. This is what I wanted to say, that you invent and you benefit. And as Dr. Selvamurthy said, that, the bottom of the pyramid gets benefited from every technology that is touching the human life. So telecom is one of them. Television, this is even more interesting. You haven't seen it. You people haven't seen the television work. In the 60s and in the 70s, when the television came into India, we had to adjust the antenna on the terrace to get a proper reception. So one brother will go up on the terrace on the 4th floor, one brother is down, so that the antenna can be adjusted and the picture quality is achieved. And to do what? To watch 4 hours of Doordarshan after that. We have experienced all this in the India of 70s and 80s. Today, this small little equipment that you have, small little mobile that you have, you people don't realize it. At the flick of a button, you're on the Netflix. At the flick of a button, you're watching Amazon Prime and whatnot. It's amazing. And this has all happened in last 20 years. This is the change in technology. Television, OTP platforms, it has come a long way. And those of us, I'm sure everybody sitting on this dais have experienced, we value this. We value this technology development. And we were all instrumental in some way or the other to make this happen. These two technologies which I talked about were not necessarily invented by Indians. But look at this. Look at this. Digital payments. India has crossed 11,660 crore in current financial year. PhonePe, Paytm, Bheem app, all these platforms have been invented by Indians. People like you, Gen Zs, who have invented these platforms. This is how technology has made a difference. Today, even a panwala takes 20 rupees on Paytm or PhonePe or Bheem. You don't have to carry currency. Just about 10 years back, when we deal with a Norwegian company, and they used to come and say that we hardly carry cash with us. And we used to wonder how without cash, how one can get out of the house. Today, even if you forget your cash at home, it's okay as long as you have a phone in your hand. You can do a PhonePe, you can do an ATM, you can buy anything. You can do a whole lot of things with digital currency. Okay, so that's another technology which has touched our lives. And people who invented these platforms are not the likes of C.V. Raman. Okay, so because, a lot of people say, you should become C.V. Raman, which I agree that one of you will definitely become, and Amity University will be very, very proud to have one C.V. Raman amongst themselves. But if you feel that it is, my interest in science is not so deep that I'll become a C.V. Raman, I can do applied research. I can do application-oriented research. I don't have to do fundamental research for Viksit Bharat. And Viksit Bharat requires a lot of technologies which can come out of all of you here. Many people have talked about ISRO. All of you know, and I will repeat here, that Chandrayaan-3 total cost was $74 million, which was less than the cost of making the movie Interstellar. That is the frugality which Dr. Selvamurthy talked about. That is the sustainability that Dr. Selvamurthy talked about. This is what Indians are capable of doing. Indians have done it 5,000 years ago. Indians have done it in 1930, like C.V. Raman. Indians are doing it even today. And this is what the platform is all about. This is what will make India a Viksit Bharat. ISRO, for your information, has decreased the entry age limit from 34 to 28. That's the entry age limit ISRO has decreased. So they want young minds. They want people of your age, people who are born after you. I think all of you must have been born after 2005 and 6. So ISRO wants people like this. Okay, because you people have sharp minds, you people have a lot of information. To get one piece of information, we had to spend hours in the library. I'm sure Dr. Selvamurthy will agree that we have spent hours in the university libraries trying to find something which could take days, months. And today, what you can do at the flick of a button. Today, Google is doing it for you for the flick of a button. So, all of you are lucky to have been born into this India. We were not born into this India. We had to struggle for every small job. You people have been born into India with IP platforms and technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning, drones. Drones is a huge industry. Do you know that there are medicinal applications of drones where medicines are transported in Uttarakhand using drones, where it would take 2 days for a medicine or 1 day for a medicine to reach. Drones are taking these medicines in half an hour, 1 hour to the patient who needs it. Software industry in drones itself, drone as a service, is billions of dollars today in India. So that's the power of drones. It's not just for surveillance, it's for benefit of people, it's for agriculture, it's for medicine. Green energy. Somebody mentioned here green hydrogen. Somebody mentioned here, renewable energy. It's a great field. Today, SAF, which is aircraft fuel, is also made from green energy. Electric mobility and battery technologies. I'm sure you can feel this revolution of electric technology. The cab that you take in the morning is electric. The person from Swiggy or Zomato who delivers at your house is using an electric scooter. It's going to lead to a lot of development in battery storage. It's going to lead to a lot of technology into battery manufacturing and for a lot of fundamental research in battery. The cell phones which we had in the 90s, they required charging almost twice a day. Today, the iPhone that I'm carrying doesn't require charging for more than 2 days, 3 days. So that's the battery technology. There is a lot of scope in improving battery technology. Quantum computing, developing manufacturing infrastructure. For a nation to be Viksit, we will have to develop manufacturing technology. And today, the government of India's aim is so strong that they are able to tell Boeings of the world that you want to sell it to us, come and manufacture here. Just imagine the amount of opportunities it will open to the manufacturing sector, the ancillary sector, because Boeing does not necessarily need somebody to make an engine, but Boeing needs a lot of ancillary parts. Imagine the manufacturing sector developing across India. So all of you are born here, and I would request one thing, that don't try and go abroad. India is going to be the place for you. It's giving you all the infrastructure today that's possible. In fact, I'll give you my own example. My son is a lawyer, and he's settled in US. He's 32 years of age. And today, I keep giving him all these lectures. And today he tells me that, Papa, enough of US, I'm coming back to India. This time when he came to India, he says, I've seen so many changes. There's hardly any difference between New York and this place in terms of internet technology, in terms of availability of resources, in terms of availability of power, because when you used to come to Delhi earlier, our house used to be out of power for some time. Our house used to be out of internet technology, and the speeds used to be less than 10 Mbps. Today, he feels that there is no difference between all this in New York and in Delhi. So don't try and go abroad. If your friends are going, that's fine. You don't have to go abroad. This is the place. This India is going to be a developed nation by 2047. And I'm sure you will be the carrier of change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your ignited talk. Now I would like to invite Professor Anand Swarup. He is a senior investigator and chief of neurobiology, neurodegeneration and repair laboratory at National Eye Institute, National Institutes of Health, Bethesda, Maryland, USA. He has made tremendous contribution in retinal biology, disease, and therapy. He has published almost 350 peer-reviewed articles in top-tier journals such as Science, Nature, Cell, Nature Genetics, and so on. He has delivered almost 300 invited lectures, and he has several awards to his credit, such as Board of Directors Award. His research interests include genetic and epigenetic regulation of photoreceptor development and aging, genetics of inherited retinal diseases, and of age-related macular degeneration. It is with great honor that I request Dr. Anand Swarup to say a few words about Science Day and then enlighten us with his pioneer work.
Thank you very much, Yogita. I was looking around, I was taking pictures, and I see Viksit Bharat here. And realize it or not, several years ago when I went to US, I never saw that many women students in the audience. So hip hip hooray to women, women power. I want to sort of first acknowledge the vision of the founder president, Dr. Chauhan, who I have never met, but I have heard so much about him, and I admire his vision. And I learned that he is a chemical engineer. My daughter is a chemical engineer, and she always told me that engineers are very organized people, and I can see that here. I can see the organization, tremendous organization that has been built upon here. And again, I'm just amazed to see there are more, women here than men. And I had to tell you a story. When I was growing up, there was always, I never came first in my class. I was always beaten up by a woman or a girl who came first. And I was always second or third, and I always wanted to be first. But that girl probably never reached where I have reached. And it's not because she was not smart. It's not because she was not intelligent. It's not because she was not knowledgeable or didn't have all the talent. It was merely because we were not there at that time where we are today. So that itself is Viksit Bharat. We have come a long, long way when everyone here, I can see so much diversity here. I never saw that much in college or even in my PhD days at Indian Institute of Science. I also see a lot of restlessness. That's part of Viksit Bharat as well. People are all sort of doing many, many different things. And I think, again, that restlessness is because of the youth that you all have. So again, my admiration for all of you. Now, you're going to be asking, and my colleague, Udgankar, has said, don't go to US. I would revise that. I think knowledge from anywhere is good. And of course, in my days, we went to US because there were not that many opportunities. You may have that here, but still that innovation, that spirits, the knowledge you can gain from anywhere, whether it is in Japan or US or Europe or in India. A lot of people may come to India. I think I would say the other way around. Let's make India so powerful that people come here to gain knowledge, or we have a sort of very continuous exchange of knowledge rather than saying, don't go here or don't come there. Just because I think that sort of knowledge, I think is universal. I think, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, we have one earth, and I think we need to take care of everything all over the world. Now, I don't want to say too many things about Science Day. You already have heard about Professor Raman. I just share one very simple thing with him. I used to study just down the street of Raman Institute in Bangalore. I was at Indian Institute of Science, where he was also a student. That's the only sort of only common ground I have with Professor Raman. But as you know, he was an amazing scientist. But that doesn't mean that a lot of other Indian scientists were not amazing. They just didn't get Nobel Prize. Getting a Nobel Prize is sort of not just because of your science or your talent. It's also a lot of politics. We had many, many, many other great individuals, right from Mahatma Gandhi, who should have gotten the Peace Nobel Prize, and many other scientists who should have gotten a Nobel Prize. So Nobel Prize is not the ultimate, actually. What it is that if you get Nobel Prize, you get recognized by people who are around you a little bit more than otherwise. So I think aspiring for Nobel Prize is good, but I think doing the best is really even better. Do your best for yourself, for your family, for your society, for your country, and I would say for this, our Mother Earth, because we are all on the same planet. Now, I'm not going to say too much more about science, except that science and technology is in almost everything that we do. I'll just say two simple lessons that I have learned in my life. One, you want to set up my talk? No, you can do that while I'm talking. Or will it later? Okay. So I'm just going to say two very simple things based on my own experience. Never be afraid of taking risks. Never be afraid of taking risks. I came from a very small town. My father was an engineer, but came from a very modest family. Didn't know anything. Somebody told me to go to Pannagar, then somebody else told me to go to Bangalore, and I followed the route. I took risks. Some of my friends, like Professor Yogendra Singh, came back to India and did amazing work. I stayed there for a variety of different reasons, and I think I did fine. But the ultimate sort of lesson from my own personal story was that I was never afraid of taking risks. But those risks have to be calculated risks. So if you jump from 10th story or 5th floor of a building, that's stupid. But if there's a fire and there's no other escape, then I think jumping from 5th floor is sort of pretty reasonable option rather than burning in that fire, right? But try to find a tree or some grass or something around so that you can only break leg, but you'll be still alive, right? So that's taking calculated risks. Number one, take calculated risk. Innovation does not happen just like that. Innovations happen when you take calculated risks. And the only other lesson from my own life I'm going to tell you is the joy is in the journey. Enjoy every part of your journey. Life is a journey. At different stages, you're going to have ups, and some stages you're going to be down. It's not how many times you fall, it's how many times you get up. Some wise men said long time ago. So it's not that, you shouldn't be afraid of falling. You shouldn't be afraid of falling. you should always try to get up. And when you try on your own, somebody will be there to hold your hand or to give you at least a little bit of a hand and sort of you'll have opportunities. So those are only two things I'll tell you from my own life. Take calculated risks and enjoy every step of your journey. Science and technologies are amazing. You all are in wonderful place. You have wonderful teachers around here. You have wonderful professors. You have a lot of opportunities. In this new age, we have so much of information. Sometimes there's a deluge of information. It's very hard to figure out what is fake and what is real. And that's what is going to distinguish you from who is successful and who is not. If you are able to sort that out, you will succeed no matter what. If you can sort of figure out what is truth and what is untruth, what is fake, what is real, what is the real knowledge, and what is fake knowledge, you're going to go very far. So with that, I'm going to stop there, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Thank you for taking time for us. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a souvenir to our guests of honor. May I now request Dr. Selvamurthy sir, Professor B.C. Das sir, Professor Sunita Ratan ma'am, and Professor Shubhajit Biswas sir to present a souvenir to our guest of honor, to our chief guest, Dr. Anand Swaroop, Senior Principal Investigator and Chief NNRL, National Institute of Health, Bethesda, MD, USA. May I now request them to please present a souvenir to our guest of honor, Mr. Prathanilus Gankar, Director, Operations and CEO at Alcom Innovations. Thank you, sir and ma'am. May I now request Professor Shubhajit Biswas sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. So we are already finished the first session. So just before going that, I make the announcement that is in this track one, the session, scientific session and technical session will be continued. So all Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine, Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Neuroscience, Pharmacy from the Health and Science students should be here. And though we are going a little bit late of the time, so we are continuing the scientific session here only. So just for the formality, I just want to thank all PhD scholars, graduate, postgraduate students with the participants and present here to success the event and successfully in the inauguration section of the Science Day. I like to thank all organizers from the Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Applied Sciences and the Amity Institute of Biotechnology and all other the institute from the science and technology domains. Like to express my gratitude to founder president sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who always entitled us for the science and innovation. The Vice Chancellor ma'am, Chancellor sir, then Shilvamurthy sir and BC Das sir to support and always. I like to thank the ASCO, IT team and media to make the successful audiovisual system in this auditorium for the Science Day celebration. I like to thanks also administration to engage and arrange the 4-track system. So the Science Day will celebrate as per the circulation from the Sharma sir is went to all of you. And the science domain, health science, will be, please sit here and don't go. So we are starting the scientific session currently. So thank you. And I especially not taking the name of the faculty, especially Dr. Yogita, Dr. Shunita Ratan ma'am. Without support of them, we cannot do the successful event. Please stay with us. So we are starting the scientific session. Thank you very much. Hello, EIB, EIT pharmacy students will be here. We are starting. Please don't go.
Students of AIB are requested to please be seated. All the students of AIB are requested to kindly be seated. Similarly, students of pharmacy are requested to kindly be seated. Faculty members who are here are requested to kindly ensure that students are seated and maintain decorum in the hall, please. The marshals who are here are requested to please ensure that students are seated.
Everybody should maintain decorum and be silent. Please be seated. We are continuing with the second session. Please be seated.
Bioscience and biotechnology students, please stay back. And the health and allied science
Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. It is my immense privilege to humbly invite Professor B.N. Malik sir to chair the session. Professor Subhrajit Biswas sir, he is the director of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicines and Stem Cell Research, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I request Dr. Biswas to kindly chair the session.
I also request Professor Dr. Anand Swaroop to please come on the dais. I request Professor Dr. Sameer Bakshi to be please seated on the dais. I request our next guest, Professor Dr. Suparna Chakravarti, to please be seated on the dais. I also request Shri Mr. Debabrata Ghosh to please come on the dais. Yes.
Now I invite our first speaker of the session, Dr. Anand Swaroop. He is a senior investigator and chief of neurobiology, neurodegeneration and repair laboratory at National Eye Institute, NIH, Bethesda, MD, USA. It is with great honor that I request Dr. Anand Swaroop to kindly enlighten us with his pioneer work.
I think you have to. Yes, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Yogita, and thanks for having me here. I'm going to give you a flavor of the work that is going on in my lab. I'll discuss one of the projects. Yogita actually was a fellow in my lab for a couple of years, but she had to return for family reasons, of course. And I think she has tremendous knowledge about stem cells. So all of you are very fortunate to have her as a teacher and mentor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about gene regulation in 3 dimensions and mention how some of the basic research can illuminate some of the fundamentals in retinal development and disease. So retina actually the model system that we use, but most of the work that I'm going to present actually can be sort of useful for almost any type of neurodevelopment or neurodegeneration that you study. So let me begin by giving you a just brief introduction of the retina. I'm going to use the pointer here. Maybe that should work. Maybe I should have taken laser pointer, but that's fine. I think this should work. No, I think this will work, or I can just change to the other one. No. You have a pointer? No. Okay. Otherwise, that's fine. Okay, so I'll just continue. So retina is part of the central nervous system. It's at the back of your eye, and the light gets focused through cornea and lens onto the light sensitive part, which is the retina. In the center of the retina,
you have a region called fovea, and the area around fovea is macula. Photoreceptors are the first sort of cells that capture photons and initiate visual cycle. So here is a cross section of a mammalian retina, basically. And the light actually comes from down here, and it goes through almost all the cell layers of the retina. Photoreceptors are over here in this, what we call outer nuclear layer. And after the light is captured by photoreceptors, it goes through a bunch of different types of neurons where the visual information is processed and integrated. And this information then from sort of little weird, but this information is integrated by horizontal and bipolar cells and also through American cells. And then all this visual information goes, sort of not so easy, but yeah. And this visual information then is taken up by ganglion cells, which are over here. And the axons of ganglion cell form optic nerve, which takes the information to brain. Much of my work actually focuses on retinal photoreceptors. And the primary reason is that loss of photoreceptors is the major cause of retinal and macular degeneration, which is rather devastating. Photoreceptors, like other neurons in the retina, are post-mitotic cells. And these cells, once they get dysfunctional or die, they cannot be replaced. Photoreceptors are of two types. There is rod photoreceptor, and then there are cone photoreceptors. Both are, rod photoreceptors are actually more common. About 95% to 97% of all photoreceptors in the retina, rod photoreceptors. Okay, that is good. This is the pointer? No. Did I do something else? No, that's true. This is the pointer, right? Okay, all right. Yes, now that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Now I can point. Oh. No, doesn't seem to work. It worked when you were here. Maybe you should stand here next to me. No, I was just kidding. No, it doesn't seem to work. Maybe, I think the battery is low. Yeah, I think that's better. Not only that, in the pointer options, yeah, go to laser. Yes, that's much. Yeah, I think that's so much better. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, that's what I was trying to do in the beginning. All right, so basically rod photoreceptors. So start it again, once again. So rod photoreceptors are common in the retina. They're 95% of all photoreceptors, and cones are only 5%, but cones are much more useful in our case. Cones allow you color vision. Cones allow you to see during the daylight. At this time, we are using our cones. Most of the cones, or a high concentration of cones, is present in the central part of the retina. That's where light gets focused, and you have highest visual acuity. The color vision is also dependent on cones because cones have three different kinds of visual pigments: S, M, and L, the short, medium, and long wavelength visual pigments, opsins, and these are based on the absorption spectrum. Rods have only one kind of pigment. The rods are only one type, and they have rhodopsin. And rhodopsin, you must have heard, is a classic GPCR or G protein coupled receptor for which the structure was resolved several years ago. And it's really a prototype of GPCR, which are sort of great targets for drug discovery. As you can see here, these neurons are very unique. They have very nice morphology. There's a nucleus here, which is rather small. But this part is called outer segment, which is modified cilia. And this is the synaptic region. The synaptic region, presynaptic region in rods and cones is very different, and so are the outer segments. These outer segments have large number of membrane discs. There are over 1,000 different discs that are here, and 10% of these discs are shed every day. What that means is that 10% of these discs must be not only shed in a proper way, but also they must be replaced every day. And you can't really make a mistake there, otherwise the cell is going to die. So there's a tremendous amount of protein synthesis and highly regulated expression of genes that have to occur. My lab is sort of fairly large. We do work on all aspects of retinal biology. We look at the basic fundamental processes, how stem cells make certain kinds of retinal neurons, including photoreceptors. We look at what happens in aging, how these cells die, or how these cells become dysfunctional with advanced age, how they become dysfunctional or die in neurodegenerative diseases, and what can we do to treat these or to repair these neurons. We also look at evolution. As you get older, you sort of start thinking about evolution much more rather than when you're young. You think of development and disease. So we are looking at evolution of photoreceptors. Early photoreceptors were cones, and rods were evolved from cones. So what I'm going to do today is only talk to you about development probably, and maybe some implications on complex traits. I'm not so sure about your background and what you learn in your classes, so I'm going to go a little fundamental. So you have to excuse me if you know the content. I don't know if you can visualize this. A human is a large system, a large machine where you have different kinds of organs and which consist of many, many different kinds of cells. They work in unison to give you specific types of functions. However, the DNA in every cell is identical, In fact, the DNA among all of us is 99.9% identical. So those genetic differences between us, those phenotypic differences that we all have, some of us have long hair and some of us have no hair. Some of us have nose which is broad, some have thin nose. Some of us have earlobes connected, some are different. How does that happen? That happens because we have those genetic differences, genetic variations, and these variations are primarily in the non-coding genome. These are primarily in the non-coding genome, but at times they are present in the coding regions as well. So these differences in our genome, they create these phenotypic changes as well. Now the genome is translated, rather I should say first transcribed. RNA has become a very important functional molecule now. In fact, RNA seems to be even more important than both DNA and proteins. Until recently, we used to think most of the non-coding area of the genome and all these RNAs that are created, they are useless. In fact, they are not. And RNA biology has come into focus a lot more now. Now, all of these different kinds of transcripts and also these proteins that are made from these transcripts, they don't sort of work alone in the cell. They work as part of very well-oiled small machines or motors. Just imagine if you're thinking of glycolysis, which has got something like 8 or 10 different kind of enzymes, those enzymes, if they're floating around in the cytosol, those enzymes will not be able to function together because the product of one is many times the substrate for another. And if they're far apart, it will take a very, very long time for these things to come together. So they are glued together in some way. And what is coming out is that there is RNA, which is serving as a scaffold. So there are many of these proteins. Similarly, many of these genes are part of big networks. In these networks, if you have small change in one gene or one protein, that is not only going to impact that particular gene or protein, but it's going to impact the whole network. And depending on how important that particular protein is in that pathway. And important doesn't mean every protein is going to be important. Important means how catalytic or regulatory that particular protein is, and whether that's rate limiting within that pathway, what is concentration versus all that concentration within this small sort of pathway, that is going to determine how much impact that is going to have. And then we call those different kinds of things as nodes. So now there are regulatory nodes, and if you impact those nodes, you can disturb the whole network basically. So there's a network of RNA and network of proteins, and the functional connectivity among these different proteins is going to create different functions within the cell. Now, just imagine for gene regulation, which is the theme of today's talk that I'm going to present, that I'm taking a little bit long time. Now the function of these proteins and function of these genes in this way is really not such a simple process. Now, function is dependent upon the level of that RNA or that protein, but also on the activity of that particular protein or RNA, which is dependent on many different kind of modifications that happen. So both the expression of the gene and expression of the protein, as well as the modifications of the RNA and the protein, are going to determine the final function of that particular molecule in the system. And any change in that molecule can lead to disruptions and disease. So phenotypes are very stringently controlled, and genetic variations that I mentioned to you in the beginning are responsible for both distinct healthy and disease phenotypes that we have. So with that background, let me just move on to some very simple aspects of gene regulation. Again, since I don't know how many of you are undergrad or master's or PhD students, so I'm going to go through this, something that you have all read, but I'm going to make it very complicated. How I'm going to make it complicated, you all have heard of transcription initiation. So transcription is a multi-step process, and in fact, the place where RNA pol 2 initiates a particular transcript, that really is not determined in the beginning. The RNA pol 2 is trying to figure out where to initiate transcription, and this whole transcription initiation complex actually contains more than 150 different proteins. And that's just part of transcription initiation complex. The multiple other proteins in the chromatin that are interacting with this complex in order to initiate transcription. And then once the RNA pol 2 moves along, it just stops. It needs triggers. It needs signaling. It needs something to tell that, you know, you can just get out of your pause. It's like signal. And once that happens, you get transcription elongation. And that elongated transcript, just remember your two DNA strands have to get separated, and mRNA is on the sense strand, rather antisense strand that is being made. And that mRNA has to be taken out as well. So in that short region, you're going to have a triple helical structure or R loops. They have to be removed as well. RNA that is being made will be carrying intronic sequences. Those intronic sequences have to be removed. And that RNA then has to be modified appropriately, transported out of the nucleus before it can be even translated. All of these are highly regulated processes. And I didn't mention about termination. Transcript has to be terminated appropriately as well. So all of these processes involve literally hundreds, if not thousands of different proteins, which have to work in sync, in unison, in order to give you proper transcription of a molecule, of an RNA molecule. Now, the regulation of that RNA molecule or expression is also controlled by elements which are existing far away. And I'm sure all of you have heard of enhancers, which could be 100 kb away, 1000 kb away, or sometimes even more than that. And then there are other elements called silencers or other areas which sort of restrict transcription within certain domains. Now, how are these different enhancer elements and different other cis regulatory elements, we call them, how are they brought together? They are brought together by looping of this DNA and with multiple different proteins. And this looping brings enhancer. Sometimes these enhancers are, there are many enhancers, not one enhancer or two, but there could be 10, 20 enhancers. And all of these enhancers form a sort of network and or sort of a thing that we, or a region or domain that we call super enhancer domain. In this enhancer, super enhancer region, you can imagine the concentration of protein before transcription can begin. So at the transcription initiation complex, where these things, where transcription is going to be initiated, there are lots and lots of protein. Very high concentration of protein makes those into a liquid state. And those condensates are very unique in their composition. So you have initiation condensates and elongation condensates, which have distinct set of proteins that have moved forward on the DNA. Highly regulated process. And remember, all of this architecture of chromatin is different in different types of cells so that you can initiate transcription of unique sets of RNA molecules. You can't have the same RNA set pattern in a hepatocyte as in photoreceptor, or a kidney cell or versus a neuron. Those sets of genes, those sets of RNA molecules, those sets of proteins are all going to be unique, and they have to be synthesized in appropriate amount as well. Even among different neurons or different photoreceptors, you have distinct sets of RNA and protein molecules. So the chromatin architecture is also going to be different. So the genetic variations that I was talking about, if those genetic variations are in the non-coding region, they're likely going to be in the enhancer or other cis regulatory elements, and they can change the architecture of condensates. Therefore, these genetic variations can cause changes in gene expression, and small changes in gene expression lead to the distinct phenotypes that we have. But sometimes those are much more deleterious. Those variations can make bigger changes and can lead to disease phenotypes. So that's the sort of background. And let me now first tell you, my lab, you have been hearing about this neurobiology, neurodegeneration repair, that was NNRL. And the name was given at NIH to create this new lab. When I was joining there, they wanted me to come there because we discovered a gene called NRL, or neural retinal leucine zipper gene. '92, but in 2001, we showed this wonderful postdoc in the lab. Basically, you can see the nice condensed chromatin here and the decondensing chromatin in the cones. Chromatin in rods is highly condensed in the center, and euchromatin is in the periphery. And these are all cones with decondensed chromatin. And this is the ERG that we look at, electroretinography. Dark adapted ERG tells you about rods, and light tells you about cones function. And you can see in the knockout, there's absolutely no rod function. Instead, there's enhanced as cone function. This is interesting. Changes in one transcription factor like NRL. There are many others, and you knock them out, you can change the phenotype. You can have a different kind of cell. That's okay. But what was very exciting and recognized by many people outside the eye field, including one of my favorite scientists, Sidney Brenner. I don't know how many of you know or have heard of Sidney Brenner, who initially gave the central dogma. So what happens is The NRL, loss of NRL leads, instead of rods, you have S cones. Now you put them in S cones and they become rod. So this is what we did. NRL can convert these early developing cones into rods. And there's a lot of data that was published several years ago again. This is the wild type, and this is rhodopsin is for rods. Cone arrestin shows cones which are fewer in number. You knock out, so you take CRX promoter, which CRX is another transcription factor, which is both in rods and cones, and turned on just before NRL is, you put that CRX promoter driving NRL, you see no cones. You can think that these cones are dead. No, that's not the case. In NRL knockout, you have no rods, but only cones. And now you put this CRX promoter driving NRL into these knockout mice, they all become rods. So basically you can have, by single gene, you can have transition between rods and cones. It's one transcription factor, and that's really not very common. So I don't think I have too much time after that. So basically what I was going to tell you is that NRL controls the expression of thousands of different genes within the rod photoreceptors, and they form a network. And what we have done is we have begun to sort of put together a whole sort of a lot of different kinds of kind of histone modification, DNA methylation, all kinds of things about rods, and we can now realize which protein is controlling the expression of what gene, what kind of chromatin changes are happening on the DNA, and we can work with that. So I don't think I have time to go through some of these parts, which I was going to show some cool stuff on chromatin organization, but all I can tell you is that we have now determined the chromatin architecture of all retinal cells, both in adult as well as in developing retina. And that developing retina is from human retinal organoids. And in organoids, retina develops in a dish, so you can take retina at many, many different times, and you can control the differentiation as well based on the conditions in the serum levels or other factor. And you can go through that, and I think most of the stuff I'll have to skip. So I didn't realize that I was explaining you background quite a bit. So I'm going to go to acknowledgement. So this is based on organoid. So this is my lab right now. And thank you very much. I just gave you the background, but if you want to know more, some of the work is published, but I'm happy to talk to you afterwards. All right? Thank you.
Thank you for the enlightening talk, sir. I invite Professor B.C. Das, sir, to say a few words.
Thanks, Professor Sarup, and it's an excellent lecture, but short of time, that needs a active plenary lecture, and I think you have to come back sometime again to have a more academic talks, and with the this hardcore molecular biology or molecular neurobiology to understand and what contribution, then that's great. But it's an excellent talk. Thank you very much. But in the meanwhile, just before that, we go to the next talk. We just invite Professor Yogendra Singh. He is from Delhi University. He is an outstanding scientist, had made outstanding contributions, and he was in IJIV, and then from there he moved to Delhi University as professor. He was my colleagues there in Department of Zoology. Now he is heading the Institute of Eminence at Delhi University, and I would request him to, he happens to be here with Professor Sarup, so I invite him to have a few words sharing on this occasion of the National Science Day. Please.
Hello, everybody. I don't have any slide. I'm going to take only a minute or two. I am here just to say happy National Science Day to all of you. I'm glad and congratulating you for celebrating this wonderful day. Uh, Thank you, Dr. Salamurthy, Dr. Das, and all the faculty for giving me even few minutes is good enough. I have worked at IGIB, CSIR IGIB. Many of you might be knowing Institute of Genomics for almost 25 years. Then I shifted to Delhi University, and all these more than 30 years I have been teaching and doing research. I had chance to host MIT students, and they did great. Many of them are still in touch with me. Some of them are in US, in Switzerland, in Germany, all kind of places they are working. I also got chance to meet the great visionary person, Dr. Chauhan, who visited IGIB in, I think it was late 90s. That was the early days of, I think, MIT. And I see now how a great place this university is. For last many years, I have been working in the area of infectious diseases, tuberculosis. I'm sure all of you know tuberculosis, very deadly disease. Every minute, 3 people die. If it is drug resistant, hardly there is any cure. This bacteria actually resides in macrophages. I'm sure you all know that macrophages are supposed to kill the pathogens. They are supposed to take care of any foreign particle, but somehow this bacteria manages. So we have been working how this bacteria, this pathogen modulates the function of the macrophages. We are also working on another disease called anthrax. This is a sporulating bacteria used in biological warfare. So I have worked in US Defense Lab and National Institutes of Health for almost 12 years. But last thing I want to tell you one thing. When I came more than 30 years before, the facility, the funding, everything was very low. Many times I thought, why I came from US? For many, many years, I thought, should I go back, debated on this, but eventually I stayed. And now let me tell you that this is a great time for this country. Actually, many times I have thought that I have done a wonderful thing that not going back to the US, but rather staying here and having people like you who have worked in my lab, where more than 500 people I trained who are working all over the world. More than 60 people have done PhD with me. I enjoyed, the science here in this country. And I must tell you that I'm very proud that I worked here and I didn't go to US later. So with this, I thank you very much. I congratulate all of you and wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Thank you very much. Sir, I will be leaving because we have the flight in the.
I request Professor B.C. Das Das sir to please felicitate Dr. Yogendra Singh. Thank you for sharing your insights with the students, sir. Please give a big round of applause. I request Das sir and Malik sir to please felicitate Anand Swaroop sir. So this is a token of appreciation from all of us for being here with us.
Where is that? No, he's here.
The new time, digital age, right? I have to take it from here. I have to go from here. Then we can take a selfie. Okay, now you can take my selfie.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have good day. Forward, that we'll remain in touch. Yogita is here. To stay for a, because we may go for a, if it's possible, I think that by half. You know, you can. It's offered. Yeah.
It is my privilege to now introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Sameer Bakshi. Dr. Sameer Bakshi is renowned clinician, medical oncologist, and head of medical oncology at AIIMS, New Delhi. He is an active researcher in leukemia, lymphoma, sarcoma, and cancer supportive care. He has published in high-impact journals such as Lancet Hematology and invited chapters and reviews with a H-index of 43. He is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, and National Academy of Sciences. I request Dr. Sameer Bakshi to please enlighten the students with his talk. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. So in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'll take you through the innovations and impact of cancer therapeutics over last 5 decades. I just want to get a feeling, how many people in the audience feel, you may raise your hands, that cancer cannot be cured? How many people feel that way? Cancer is not curable. So how many people feel that cancer can be cured? Okay, so that's good to know. So many people feel that cancer can be cured. That's good to know. So I'll just take you through the journey for 5 decades and let you know. Anybody knows this person? This great scientist? He's Dr. Yellapragada Subbarao. And he joined MBBS during the British era in 1930s, 1940s, 1930s, late 30s. And he was not allowed to complete his MBBS at the then Madras Medical College because he was involved in the Quit India movement. So with some effort from his in-laws' side, he went to the US. And there he started working in a laboratory. And he discovered so many new drugs that it changed the outcome of cancer. Not just cancer, many other diseases. He's the one who discovered methotrexate, aminopterin, hetrazine that is used in filariasis, tetracyclines, and many more. A stamp was introduced in Dr. Yellapragada Subbarao's name, and by his name, there is also a fellowship in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He's considered as one of the fathers of chemotherapy, and with his impact, I just want to tell you how the impact has happened in the next few slides. If you look at the bottom curve, that was the outcome of leukemia in 1960s. Look at the outcome now. It is touching more than 85–90%. One of the key drugs that is responsible for this is discovered by Dr. Yella Pregeda Subbarao, that is methotrexate. Now, let me tell you, I'm a medical oncologist. I don't do surgery. I don't give radiotherapy. I give chemotherapy. So I can only talk about the drugs that are used in cancer management. And I'm going to introduce 3 terms for you. One is adjuvant, one is neoadjuvant, and third is palliative. The word adjuvant means that a patient undergoes surgery and one would believe that the cancer is out, but no, in many cases, cancer comes back. So you add therapy, you give adjuvant therapy to prevent cancer recurrence. I want to introduce another word, neoadjuvant. You give this before surgery. And a third term, palliative, when you cannot cure the patient, but you want to make him or her better. You want to prolong his or her life. And that's called palliative chemotherapy. Oh, where is it gone? Can somebody get this? I don't know where this. It has gone. So while he's making the adjustments, I let you know, 50 years back, if we look at a tumor of the bone, of the legs, the treatment used to be, people used to cut the leg, and more than 90% of patients who had their legs cut, the tumor would come back in 6 months' time. Today, with neoadjuvant therapy, you reduce the size of that tumor, you save the limb, and you achieve a cure rate of more than 70%. So that is the impact of chemotherapy that has happened over the last 5 decades. Okay. So I was telling you this tumor, which you can see here, when 50 years back, the limb was cut for this young boy, and almost in all, the tumor would come back in the lungs because there was no chemotherapy. And today, not only do we save the limb, we also prevent those big cancer coming back in the lungs. But the problem with some of these therapies, chemotherapy, is that you not only kill the tumor, but you kill a lot of normal cells. And there's a lot of side effects. So over the last 3 decades has been the era of what you call targeted therapy. You hit at one particular point in the cancer, and only the cancer and not the normal cells. So that's the concept of targeted therapy. And I'll give you a classic example of targeted therapy, this disease. When I was a resident in training at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, this particular disease was cured only with bone marrow transplant. And majority of the patients who did not undergo transplant would die within 3 to 4 years. That was the outcome of this disease. In the year 99, 2000, a drug was discovered which could target this unique translocation for the Philadelphia chromosome in this blood cancer. And the drug name is Gleevec or imatinib. The name Gleevec is from Novartis. And I want to tell you what impact this drug, this targeted therapy has made in this disease. If you look at this, the survival of this disease today is equal to a person who does not have cancer. And all one has to do is take one tablet in the night. That's it. So that is the impact of targeted therapy. If you can see the difference in survival back in the 70s and 80s from the normal population, you can see the wide gap and see the gap late today. In the year 2010, 20, there's no gap from a healthy individual. So that is the impact of targeted therapy. This gentleman is another very interesting scientist. He started his career as an orthopedic surgeon in New York. And in the late 1880s, 1890s, he was an orthopedic surgeon. So he was looking at tumors of the soft tissue tumors of the body. And he found that some of these tumors, when they had infection, the tumor subsided in size. So he was intrigued with this. So what he did, he started an experiment back in early 1900s by injecting microorganisms around the soft tissue tumors. Today, this would not be allowed by any ethical standards, but he did that and he failed. But he was convinced about his observation that infection reduces the tumor size. So he worked in the lab and he's actually considered the pioneer of cancer immunotherapy. His name is William Cooley. And he worked in the lab and he worked on a factor which later came to be known as tumor necrosis factor alpha. 10 years back, a whole issue in science was only on cancer immunology and cancer immunotherapy. So, you know, one would wonder, the same tumor with the same molecular targets or same genetic translocation, every patient doesn't behave the same way. Some patients live longer than others. And why is that? That's because there is a constant fight between the immune system of the body and the cancer. Whosoever wins, wins the battle. If the cancer wins, then the cancer survives and he kills the human. And if the body's immune system works better, then the cancer dies. So this is how the fight is going on. You have inactive T cells. They are activated by the cancer antigen. They proliferate and they kill the tumor cell. Now, what the cancer does is it will make some molecules on its cell so that the immune system of the body cannot kill the cancer cell. That's what the tumor would do if it has to survive. And humans will try to make drugs so that that molecule which the cancer has formed, it can be kind of taken care of. And one such drug is ipilimumab, or what we call as checkpoint inhibitors. So there is a disease of skin, melanoma. If it spreads across the body, which it does if it is left untreated, 15 years back, the survival in this tumor with spread was less than 5%. But now with immunotherapy, look at the impact, how the tumor has disappeared with 2 doses of immunotherapy. See the tumor on the left side, full of tumor, and see the scan after 2 cycles. It has completely disappeared. And I want to share that today, this tumor, even when the cancer has spread with immunotherapy, we consider it as a potential for cure. We can cure more than 50% of these metastatic skin cancers. This is an impact of cancer immunotherapy. How many of you have heard of CAR T cells? All of you or no? Some of you. So CAR T cell is a living drug. So what you do is you remove the T cells from a patient of blood cancer, you modify it in the lab and make it into a chimeric antigen receptor T cell so that it can target the leukemic cell. It's gaining a lot of importance these days. And I want to share that this patient was a refractory blood cancer who had relapsed multiple times. And the first experiment of CAR T cell was done on this young girl who is now 10 years down the line, a young, healthy lady. But yes, cancer survival is improving over the years. The survival curves tell you. And almost in a lot of cancers, the cancer outcomes are going up. The question is, do we need to spend so much money for cure? Yes, we need to spend, but we can make it even better if we can prevent it. How many people think that cancer is preventable? Few people think that cancer is preventable, few people. And I'll tell you what percentage of cancer cases are preventable. I will tell this to you in my next slide. Almost 90% of lung cancer can be prevented. Almost more than 90% of cancer cervix can be prevented. More than 90% of cancer of the oral cavity can be prevented. Likewise for esophagus, melanoma, and stomach. But yes, there are many cancers which cannot be prevented. Tumors of prostate, lymphomas, leukemias, ovary, brain, most of them cannot be prevented. Overall, 40% of cancer cases are preventable. If I look at the risk factors, the preventable risk factors, tobacco smoking, excess body weight, alcohol consumption, ultraviolet radiation exposure, pathogenic infections, all these are contributors and preventable risk factors for cancer. Smoking itself, you can see the impact that it has on prevention. So many cancers get prevented just if tobacco is eliminated. See the impact of how the lung looks for somebody who smokes tobacco and who doesn't. Pink and black. This curve tells you smoking overall in the world is higher in males than females. But if you look at the trends, the smoking in males is going down and the smoking in females is going up. Likewise, the cancer-related mortality linked to smoking is going up in females and going down in males. In the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'll be ending my presentation. Screening is another important thing that one would like to work on. Breast cancer screening is something that can prevent or diagnose breast cancer at an early stage. This will tell you at what stage the cancer is diagnosed in the breast in the Western world. Most of it is early stage. And in India, almost 70% is in the advanced stage. Understandably, if cancer is diagnosed early, it will do better. Let me tell you what is the screening coverage in India. For breast cancer, less than 1%. For cervical cancer, less than 2%. And for oral cancer, again, the screening is barely 1%. I would end by saying that while therapeutics are expanding, the most cost-effective way of decreasing mortality due to cancer is by prevention and screening for early detection. Thank you very much.
So I must say, what a great impact, and in what simpler words. Thank you so much for enlightening all the students, sir. I request Professor Malik, Professor B.C. Das, sir, Professor Vishwas, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Sameer Bakshi. Please join me in giving a big round of applause. It is my privilege to invite our next speaker, who has been with us just a few days ago as well. Professor Dr. Suparna Chakrabarti, Director of Blood and Marrow Transplantation and Hematology at Dharamshila Narayan Super Speciality Hospital, New Delhi. He initiated the first haplo-identical bone marrow transplant program in India, and along with Dr. Sarita Jaiswal, his colleague, has developed this as a sustainable alternate donor program with over 125 haplo-identical transplants in last 7 years. His key area of research is transplant immunology in relation to haplo-identical BMT. Without wasting any time, I request Dr. Chakrabarti to kindly deliver his talk.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I thank Dr. Das, Dr. Biswas, and everyone, all the faculty of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research for arranging this wonderful program. And it's a privilege to be here today. I did listen to Dr. Vikas Swarup and a very, illuminating talk by Sameer as well on cancer. Now, what my previous speaker alluded to, I will sort of start from there. That cure of cancer, and how many of you actually felt that cancer can be cured? One of the major understanding about cure of cancer rests on the fact that no amount of chemotherapy or radiotherapy can cure a cancer. So this is the basic understanding of cure of cancer. I mean, despite all the advances in chemotherapy or radiotherapy, it is of absolute and paramount importance to understand that the cancer cells, after killing of 99.99 logs, would still have around 500,000 cells to 1,000,000 cells left in the body. Now, despite that, patients are getting cured. So what is curing the residual cancer or the cancer that you don't see by routine imaging and molecular techniques? Those are our immune system, or primarily the T cells. Now, for T cells to work, traditionally, the T cells need to identify the antigen. After identification of that antigen, the T cell needs to be activated. But I believe some of you would know that just binding with an antigen is not enough for a T cell to get activated. And for that reason, there is a process called a co-stimulatory pathway, which you see over here, that once the T cell binds to an antigen, the antigen presenting cells have certain ligands to which the T cells receptors, primarily CD28 receptor, has to bind to cause the co-stimulation. And once these two steps are fulfilled, a T cell is activated. Now, in case of cancer, it's a cancer antigen, and the antigen presenting cell can be any of the antigen presenting cells in the body which would present the cancer antigen. But the most important thing over here is that the number of immune cells will have to outnumber the cancer cells in the body. And that is why the role of chemotherapy or radiotherapy is important, to reduce the load of tumor in the body so that the immune system can take over. And along with the cytotoxic T cells, there is another cell in the body which is equally potent, which is called the natural killer cells. So for every 50 cytotoxic T cells, there would be 1 natural killer cells in the body. Now, why do you think that these cells need 2 processes or 2 steps to get activated and do the killer job? Say, for example, the cytotoxic T cells. Because if you let the cytotoxic T cells in the body to do its job, we will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Because that's how powerful this arsenal is in the body. And natural killer cell is naturally endowed with the property of killing. Means natural killer cells, if left alone, would finish us within minutes and hours. Now, why don't they do that? Because the way nature has built us is that these natural killer cells are under constant inhibition in our body. Now, there are lots of inhibitory receptors in the natural killer cells called the killer immunoglobulin-like receptors, and they are of inhibitory types. And they identify the self-HLA as the inhibitory ligand. And by this interaction, the natural killer cells are kept quiet. The moment this inhibition is gone, these cells become killer cells. Say, for example, there is a virus which has invaded our body, and a natural tendency of a virus when it invades a human body is to downregulate the HLA class 1 expression so that they escape the T cell mediated killing. And the moment the HLA class 1 receptors are downregulated, the NK cells come up because they lose the inhibition to that particular cell because they're inhibited by the class 1 receptor. So the body has got 2 parallel mechanisms in work in terms of killing pathogens and killing cancers. One is through the T cell and another is through the NK cell. One needs a double-step activation process, and the other needs removal of the inhibition to work. That is how the human body has been prepared to deal with pathogens. So you heard about the CAR T cells just now, chimeric antigen receptor. Now, because of this complicated process through which the T cells operate, that is, they need to identify the antigen, they need co-stimulation, and there should be a particular ability to kill the target cell. Now, because the cancer antigens might escape the T cells, they might not be recognized by the T cell, or the T cells might be inhibited for various reasons. In the last 1.5 decades, researchers have been trying to generate what is called a missile within the T cells, where it completely overrides all these control mechanisms. You don't need the stimulation and co-stimulation. All that needs to be done is you have a receptor on the T cell which has got a missile fitted with it. And what's that missile? It is an antibody against a particular receptor. In this case, as it has developed, it is the CD19 receptor on B cells. So the B cell leukemia lymphoma were the first targets for this sort of therapy. So when you have an antibody directed against the B cell, and then this is the extracellular region, and through a hinge and transcellular region, you have a CD3 receptor and a co-stimulatory receptor attached to this missile. So the moment a CD19 cell is recognized by this particular T cell, it will go and bind to that cell, and the whole activation process will take place. So this particular CAR T cell will go and kill the tumor cell. So how are CAR T cells produced? Simply, T cells are taken out of the body by a simple process called apheresis, like a blood donation. It is processed in the lab. It is genetically modified to kill the tumor cells in a very specific manner. So my talk today was supposed to be that you don't need genetic engineering to kill tumor cells. Although the whole world has converged on the fact that CAR T cells are the be-all and end-all, and you need to modify the existing cells in the human body when a human body is faced with cancer, because the T cell or the NK cell surveillance system has failed. So genetically modify and kill the cancer cell. And in the process of doing so, what I would show you is that there were loads of toxicities which were encountered in the, say, in 2015, 16, 17, when it was actually licensed, because these are end-stage diseases. Anything that works is great. But what was the cost that one had to pay was something called a cytokine release syndrome, or a huge amount of cytokine, IL-6, GM-CSF primarily, were released as a response to this missile-like killing of tumor cells by activation of T cells, which were unprecedented otherwise. Some of the CRS-like things people have seen during COVID, when the T cells, the activation of T cells, or rather the abortive activation of T cells in that case, could not be controlled. So this cytokine release syndrome caused a havoc. Not until it was discovered that if you can use an IL-6 inhibiting antibody like tocilizumab, you can control this to an extent. But there is another thing that came up, which is an unprecedented CNS toxicity. Now, till today, we do not know what causes this CNS toxicity. It's called immune effector-associated CNS toxicity, ICANS. And there are several other direct and indirect, which is called off-target and on-target toxicities of CAR T cells, which have been recognized and which are being dealt with. Now, since it's the first licensing in 2017, there are several CAR T cells which have been introduced in the market against B-cell diseases, B-cell leukemia, and lymphoma. And there is a variable amount of initial success with some of these agents causing, almost 80% response rate. But unfortunately, none of these responses are sustainable, So what has happened in the case of leukemia is that once a CAR T cell therapy is done and a refractory disease is brought under control, an allogenic bone marrow transplantation is carried out to give a long-lasting remission. So what I want you to understand about CAR T cell is you see a lot of hype in the media, in the newspapers, that so-and-so has been cured of by CAR T cell. And Samir Khatri just now showed that a photograph of a girl who's cured of leukemia by CAR T cell. For every cure by CAR T cell, there are tens and thousands of patients who have been cured of similar diseases by allogenic bone marrow transplantation. But just because it does not have a sponsor or backup in the industry, you don't see the hype around it. And this cure started as long back as in 1969, 1970. So before closing down on CAR T cell, there is something that one has to realize when you genetically manipulate a cell. Mind you, these are mutated cells. Our body is normally not supposed to have mutated cells. So if you have a mutated cell in the body and it persists, you develop a cancer. And this was my simple logic that why CAR T cell, if they are persistent in the body, would lead to more bad than good. You do your job, you get lost. That's the job of a genetically altered cell in the body. But with gene therapy coming up for genetic diseases, there is a big question mark that I put in front of everyone, that would these cells lasting for 30, 40 years in a child with thalassemia would not turn into a secondary cancer, which we are already seeing with CAR T cells. So we are seeing CAR T secondary T cell lymphomas originating from CAR T cells. So my question is genetically modified cells, persistent genetically modified cells, the answer to all the worries and woes we have in today's world in terms of cancer and non-cancer diseases? And since the advent of CAR T cells, people have been postulating that allogenic transplantation, which is basically, what is it? I mean, allogenic adoptive immunotherapy is the strongest form of immunotherapy that exists in humankind at the moment, which means basically if someone else's immune system is introduced inside my body, they would kill my cells if they last. And in that case, they would kill the cancer cells. But to carry out an allogenic bone marrow transplantation, you don't want to kill the patient. So there has to be a degree of match between the patient and the donor so that the patient is not killed, the donor cells last. And for that, the primary requirement is to have a human leukocyte antigen match. So this is the basic premise of an allogenic bone marrow transplantation. But unfortunately, only 2 out of 10 patients, 20 out of 100 patients, 200 out of 1,000 patients will have a matched family donor, because the way the Mendelian inheritance is and the way the families are structured nowadays. So 8 out of 10 people would not have a donor. So what's the solution for those people? So to have a successful bone marrow transplantation. So in the 1980s onwards in the West, which is Europe and US, they formed an unrelated donor registry. Now, what is an unrelated donor registry? There are some unrelated donor registries in India. Anyone and every one of you can register over there. All that's needed is your HLA typing, name, age, which is anonymized, and the blood group. So what happens, a registry is created out of these millions of people. Now, suppose I need a bone marrow transplant today, my HLA type will be put on the database and there will be a search which will take something like, minute and a half, whereby it will be found out that is there someone who has got 10 HLA antigens matched with me or not. And if it is there, he becomes a volunteer unrelated donor for me. Like kidney transplant, it's not like you have a blood group match, or even without a blood group match, anyone who is willing to donate a kidney out of goodwill or because of money can donate a kidney. Bone marrow transplantation does not take place that way. You need to have a complete HLA match between two unrelated people. And in India, even though there are registries, transplantation from such registries is less than 10%. And one of the major reasons is the genetic heterogeneity that we have in the population, unlike the Caucasian population. Caucasian population is genetically much more homogeneous. So they have conserved haplotypes by which almost 80% of the population can have a HLA match donor from such registries. And in India, the incidence of having a match like that is 10% or less. So what's the solution for this? So the solution that we found, along with a few others across the globe in US and Europe, was something called a haploidentical or half-matched, HLA half-matched family donor transplantation. And why family? A half-matched unrelated donor, is it feasible? No, it's not feasible. Why it's not feasible? Because of the natural law of tolerance and biology. A mother, when she carries a child in the womb, becomes tolerant to the mismatched HLA of the child if the pregnancy is successfully carried out. If the pregnancy is unsuccessful in 20 to 30% of cases, it's because the mother has rejected the paternal haplotype, which is mismatched. But if the mother has carried the pregnancy successfully, the mother and child are immunologically tolerant to each other. And this is the basis of haploidentical family donor transplantation. And this sort of transplant has picked up globally as well as in India over the last decade or so. This is an Indian registry showing a huge increase in the number of transplants. But this is the data from Christian Medical College, Vellore, where they published the data a couple of years back, where they showed that over the last 10 years, they have done 250 such transplants with not so very good results because of very high early attrition or early mortality. And we as a group faced a similar situation in 2011 to 2013, where there was a very high mortality related to the donor cells reacting against the patient. It's not so much the patient rejecting the donor, because we take care of that, because of the donor cells reacting against the patient, because there is a huge degree of mismatch in the HLA, despite the tolerance that might have been there. So this led us to question that, can we actually have a successful haploidentical transplantation without getting rid of the donor T cells, which is causing the problem? And this is where we visited the co-stimulatory pathway, which I described to you just now, that once the cognate antigen is recognized by the T cells, it's not enough to activate the T cells. You need co-stimulation. So if one can block the co-stimulatory pathway after the T cell recognizes the antigen, the T cell is not dead. You have a functioning T cell in the body. It's only that this particular T cell, which would have otherwise recognized the patient cells and attacked them, are anergic. That is, they do not react to that particular antigen, but they would react to any third-party antigen, any pathogenic antigens. So with this concept, we introduced a drug called abatacept, which blocks the primary co-stimulatory pathway of CD28 and 8086, along with post-transplant cyclophosphamide. And this was the first, I believed Mr. Ghosh is here. I was talking to him about this. So this is the first protocol which was introduced in the world, combining post-transplant cyclophosphamide and abatacept with successful haploidentical transplantation. From 2015 to 2016, that was the first cohort, which was published in 2017. This was largely disregarded by the Indian, brotherhood, because for Indians to accept anything, it needs validation from the West. And the validation from the West took time. Now the West has taken our protocol, and after 10 years of our data on 200 patients, they have taken up our protocol. They are doing studies. They have published the initial data on 40 patients without recognizing our work. So how typical is it? So it goes on from SN Bose and forever. But our work is not limited to just doing a successful haploidentical transplantation with abatacept and post-transplant cyclophosphamide. What we have worked on with Amity in this case, to a large extent after our initial findings, was that we recognize that abatacept has got a very unique property of activating natural killer cells. And with this property, what we found is that we don't need to kill tumor cells with T cells when we are doing such transplants like any other transplant. We can actually achieve this with natural killer cells. And what you see over here is at the top part of the graph is that in acute myeloid leukemia, we have achieved a survival rate of over 90% with a protocol where we are introducing abatacept and lymphocytes from the donors. And this has been further investigated by my colleague, Dr. Sarita Jaiswal, along with Amity. And what we have shown is there is a unique property that is endowed with the combination of certain molecules. When you incubate these lymphocytes with abatacept and certain interleukins, that increases the NK cell cytotoxicity by several fold, which we are seeing in our clinical cohort. So finally, what I'm trying to say over here is that you don't need to engineer the cells from the patient. You need to find the right donor. Because we are successfully able to do haploidentical transplantation, means in a family there would be 5 or 6 donors. All we need to do is find the right donor for the right disease for the right patient. And the cost of that is maybe 1/3 or 1/4 of that of CAR T cells. So that is where I would end my talk today. There are some more exciting works going on with Amity in this regard, which we expect to develop over the next few years. And thank you everyone for your patient hearing. Ejected.
Thank you for the enlightening talk.
I congratulate Dr. Chakraborty, because as you have seen, all our research students, many are, you can see that nobody can think he is a top-class clinician, but he's talking top-class immunology or top-class biology. That's great. That it's a really, he is a top clinician, at the same time, he's a top scientist also. Thank you so much. He is also our adjunct faculty. We have a MOU with the Dharmasila Hospital, and he is, anybody can approach for any scientific things, and he will be a purposes. And we also invite him for the lectures. We'll start inviting him in the class lectures also sometimes. So some of the immunological aspects. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I now request Professor Das and Professor Malik to kindly felicitate Professor Subarno. I now request our next speaker, Shri Debobrat Ghosh, who is an editor at Science India magazine, New Delhi. He is a professional journalist with more than 25 years of experience from print to digital medium with India's top media houses. He began his career in journalism with the Times of India, and now he is editor of Science India magazine. At Science India, he has pioneered the widespread dissemination of the long ignored focus on India's indigenous efforts at science. So,
Respected esteemed speakers, Dr. B.C. Das, and all Dr. Suparno Chakraborty, Dr. Malik, faculty members, and dear friends who are the students of Amity University and also the future scientists. I think they are going to be the future scientists. I don't have any PPT here, so you have to look at me. Sorry for that. And I am not a scientist, I am a journalist, as it has been told right now. So I won't be discussing anything on science because I was here to listen to this galaxy of luminaries from science domain, medical experts who gave excellent lectures, and we learned a lot of things from them. I would like to thank Amity University and Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research for giving me this opportunity to talk here. My subject is very general. This National Science Day, the theme is about indigenous technology for Viksit Bharat. So when you're talking of this indigenous technology, I don't want to talk about the technology. I want to talk about the indigenous part of it. What do you mean by indigenous? Indigenous means homegrown, whatever you got from this land, ours. So here, before I begin, I would like to share an anecdote. Some 4 years back, when COVID was making inroads into our country, that time there was a workshop. And in that workshop, I was invited in that workshop of students from graduate, postgraduate, and research students. Scholars were there. And we were discussing a lot about science communication, science, technology, everything. So in that workshop, I asked a simple question. I began it like that, can you name any scientist? So as usual, everyone raised hand and say Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Galileo, and lot Archimedes and all these things. Then I asked them about some Indian scientists, if they can name some Indian scientists. So they said, yeah, C.V. Raman, obviously. He was the only Nobel laureate till date from India and the first one from Asia. Then I asked any other name, can you tell someone? So they said, yeah, Homi Bhabha, APJ Abdul Kalam. And then I asked, okay, when you're talking about Einstein, anything from that generation or before that pre-independent period? So there were 2 or 3 students say, yeah, Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose, J.C. Bose. Then I asked any other? Unfortunately, none. I asked them whether you know about Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. So there was silence. So the question is, why I am discussing these names? I am discussing these names because it is related to indigenous. They are our scientists. These scientists, what they had to do with today, National Science Day. National Science Day we celebrate. Why we celebrate? It has been discussed in the previous sessions. So what is the reason of discussing these names? These names I asked because Sir C.V. Raman announced his Raman effect, discovery of Raman effect on 20th February 1928. 1930, he was awarded Nobel Prize. 1928, he announced it. Now he was working in Calcutta those days, from where he did his research and got Nobel. Everyone knows this story. Can anyone tell where he was doing his research? How many of you can tell where he was doing his research? Obviously, he was doing his research in Calcutta, but not in Calcutta University. He was doing his research in a lab which was purely indigenous. That's why I am taking this name. That was Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, IACS. That was an indigenous lab. But for that, we have to go back to 150 years ago. Year was 1876. It is a historical date in the history of world science and Indian science. 1876, America had its first research university, Johns Hopkins University, for research. That was the first by a millionaire who donated $7 million, and that Johns Hopkins University took place. At the same time, Far East in Calcutta, in India, under the British rule, another institution came up with only 80,000 rupees, and that was IACS. But no one knows the name behind that person. Who was the man behind that? That was Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar. Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar was the second MD from Calcutta University. A prolific doctor, brilliant. Nobody knows. We have forgotten him. Even when I was in Calcutta, I asked people, they said, we haven't heard the name of Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar. It was Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar who created, established IACS. It was there that C.V. Raman did his research and got Nobel, but no one knows. Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar pulled donations, 80,000, and created this purely indigenous Swadeshi lab. And there the research took place. Second, another incident. And after that, taking inspiration from ICS, Dr. Ruchiram Sahani, father of Dr. Birwal Sahani, he established Punjab Association of Science, and in Maharashtra, Dr. Agarkar established Maharashtra Association for Cultivation of Science, which is known as today Agarkar Research Institute in Pune. So these are all indigenous efforts India had. One of my co-speakers, he spoke about very important thing, that is startups. That is a buzzword today in policy, in budget. We have heard about startups, and lot of policies are coming up about these startups. Can anyone tell what was the first Indian startup in the pre-independent India? First startup. The first startup was Bengal Chemicals. It was by Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. He started it. And the British government, that time, the colonial rulers, dubbed him as scientist under the garb of a revolutionary. And he is also known as the father of Indian chemistry. So P.C. Ray started this Bengal Chemicals to provide jobs to use of those days. He didn't want that one should go to the British government and serve them. So he started this initiative with 700 rupees only. The investment was 700 rupees. And then he did several, he had Bengal potteries, Bengal Chemicals, and navigations, cotton mills, everything. But Bengal Chemicals was the first indigenous startup of this country. And it has made profits. Recently, it was in news 3 years back. That is, it has made very good profit also. So why I am talking of all these things? I am discussing these things because when the government today wants this indigenous technologies for Viksit Bharat, they are talking about. Why? Because as a journalist, I know when I sit with these policymakers, I hear them, I talk to the ministers. So the Prime Minister wants that we have to have indigenous technology. For the last 30, 40 years, there have been any indigenous technologies developed in this country. I don't want to go for that. That is the job of the scientists to decide what's going on. But I want to say one thing. For this indigenous technology, Dr. Suparna Chakravarti just said that validation from the West, that is what we are going for. Unless we get any validation from the West, nothing is done. But this country, this India, this Bharat had indigenous technology in iron, in metallurgy, in medicine. If you have heard about, you all must have seen the iron pillar. Excellent technological marvel. How did it happen? We had that technology. If you guys have seen or play PS4, PS5 game, and you must have seen the Damascus sword. Damascus sword is world famous. Damascus sword was made out of wool steel. Wool steel was made in India by Indian people. This was from ancient India to medieval period. They made it. There is one known as in Kerala, there is one known as Aranmula mirror. Aranmula mirror is fantastic. If you see it, you will think it is made of glass, like all other mirrors. No, it is made of metal alloy, and it shines like a mirror. That is an engineering marvel of India. We had these technologies, we developed it, and it became world famous. So we have all these things with us. Now the time has come that we have to rethink that we can do it. We have to do these things. So technology is nothing it is about our thinking. The thinking is that we have to make our mind, only one Nobel Prize we got, but we have to get more. And that is possible if we have to remember what we did in the past. We don't have to live in the past. We have to remember what we did in the past, and we have to progress ahead. Because time is short. I am not a scientist. So one thing I would like to say, I would like to conclude with one thing, that is what Dr. Mahenlal Sarkar had said. He said, if our country is to advance at all, it can only be possible by means of science, and only science can do it. And that is indigenous science. We have to develop that indigenous science, and we have to have confidence on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh. We are very thankful for shedding light on. I request Professor B.C. Das sir and Professor Malik sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Debabrata Ghosh. This is a token of our appreciation, sir. We are very privileged to have Professor T.P. Singh with us. Professor T.P. Singh is a Served Distinguished Fellow and Indian biophysicist at AIIMS. He has been head of the biophysics department at AIIMS for decades. His research area includes structural biology. Time is an issue, as sir has just mentioned, so I will not take too much time, but I invite Professor T.P. Singh to please deliver his talk. And this is our plenary lecture, which we have continued before the lunch.
Okay, I must ask these girls to give me a slip in advance, so they don't have to come afterwards. I'm not going to, hello, give me a slip in advance. You already have, I have two slips. I have two slips.
That is why I mentioned this is our plenary lecture and
No,
will
no,
continue
no,
for half
no.
an hour, 30
Oh,
minutes.
no, I don't want to take much time till lunchtime. Okay, it's all mine. Hello, good afternoon. Professor Malik, thank you so much. You are my role model in many ways, and thank you so much, Professor B.C. Das. I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm very happy to be with some number of students. Where is Dr. Chakravarti? He's gone. Okay. So, Dr. Ghosh, you are doing the same thing what I was doing there. I think you talked many things. Why don't you come here? He said many things about Indian scientists and Indian science. It's not very fair. You know, first and foremost thing why these boys and girls don't know about Indian scientists, you have not made them heroes. There are numerous number of excellent Indian scientists. There's nothing like indigenous and non-indigenous. Science is all global. Science is all same. So I all the time argue that, see, so many great scientists we have produced. But where are the, I don't see many roads on the name of, C.V. Raman has one small road, of course. Many other scientists, I don't see a road on the name of G.N. Ramachandran or Meghnad Shah or K. Banerjee or S.N. Bose or J.C. Bose or so many. I can list an enormous number of people. So the problem is that our history has been somewhat a problem. So our heroes have become politicians and all kinds of people. Actors and maybe in future cricketers. That is a problem. Mr. Malik, I have one problem. You know, I am not as good as Dr. Chakravarti is. I would like the lights to be off. And I want to give an example why I'm wanting lights to be off. This is lunchtime number 1. I just give you an example. Professor G.N. Ramachandran, I will come back to the slide. Maybe I just show you that slide to all of you. I can see from here. This is just to sort of what he was telling about C.V. Raman. Picture of C.V. Raman here is smaller than the picture of G.N. Ramachandran. Oh, I turned it off. He didn't educate me. Okay. Where is the pointer in this? The middle is the pointer. No, it must be working, but I'm not trained. Like this one, press hard.
Yeah. And then this is to press forward.
Okay.
Yeah. This is to go back.
Go back.
ये use कर
ये यूज कर लेंगे कोई बात
This
नहीं
is the point.
ये यूज कर लेंगे ना हाँ
आपने ये light off
लाइट ये वाला okay so you can read a little bit about them. So that is the problem. The problem is not that we don't have scientists. Problem is that we have not made them our heroes. The problem is that Amity should be located at a road which is named on some of the scientists. I just give you an example. First time when I went to Germany, I joined an institution, name was Hahn-Meitner Institute of Max Planck Society. There were 3 scientists named in one sentence. It was located on Albert Einstein. I stayed at a place, it was located at Sommerfeldstrasse, all scientist names, all the names. So we have to change this, so there is no issue otherwise. And I appreciate Professor Chakravarti, you kept on talking so nicely, although audience was a little bit maybe tired, not sleeping. But when G.N. Ramachandran, it's a bigger contribution in Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize is not a benchmark for things. When he was invited to give a talk, evening talk at 5:30 p.m. in Institute of Science, Bangalore, all senior professors here, only I think very few here, they all assembled the Senate Hall. And when he stood up to talk, he noticed that the people in the front line were tired and somewhat drowsy. He stood up, he spoke for 2 minutes, and he stopped. He said, I cannot address sleeping people. So why I want the lights to be off? If the lights are off, you don't see who is doing what, and they can have their own time. So that is, but I will just give you some very small things, not so many things. You heard so much about cancer, and many colleagues, many clinical colleagues, they abuse smoking to very large extent, but they don't realize that smoking saves people as well. And I will give you that very quick examples of this. You see, normally when you talk about infections, I think, Mr. Das, it may be very bad for you, your neck will be bent. It's better to be on the sofa than the chair. Oh, it's okay? So when you talk about infections, how do you fight infections? How do you fight infecting organisms? You have your own. I'm trying to press very hard, but maybe on this screen, it's not meant for the screen. Okay, I can show you this here. You see, the first one, the first defense is provided by your innate immune system, the proteins which are part of the innate immune system. And most of the times, you are protected. You don't come to know because you are protected by these proteins. So you don't appreciate that what is going on. We all 99% time protected by innate immune proteins. We don't know about them, and that's why we never studied them, but they can be very important therapeutic molecules as well. And of course, when you have a massive invading from organisms, you have, okay, I think, you have also this antibodies emerge after a while, and also you make vaccines. And of course, we were very lucky that many decades ago, first incidentally, but many antibiotics were made. But we are talking today that there is an antibiotics resistance. And because antibiotics were there, we did not make much progress on synthetic antibacterials. That's our mistake. So I think all the people have woken up about this situation. You see, this COVID pandemic was a disaster. Dr. Ghosh, you were talking about USA and all those things. Those countries suffered the most. So nobody in the world was prepared to fight a pandemic of this scale. And primarily because we lacked knowledge about this. But it's very easy to fight if we understand things. You see, all these infections which were occurring, the entry points were your mouth and nose, and to an extent eyes. And wherever these organisms enter your body, there's a class of proteins, innate immune proteins. Their expressions go up and they fight them. But if this is so massive and so quick, they're not unable to fight enough. But also, our bodies are not very well prepared because our bodies lack many things. Maybe we don't have enough amino acids to synthesize new proteins. So we suffer and we suffer. Then how do we deal with this situation? So here I will give you an approach that innate immune proteins, which provide the first line of defense, can they be exploited to protect you? Not just what they are doing on their own, but we can exploit them by some ways. And that is something I will give you a very simple idea. Now you see here, the yellow ones which you see here, we have worked on all of them. And this is the way that these factors, these molecules, these actions help you in the first line of defense. I will come to something, I think I will come to something very simple. I will skip some of the slides, but I don't want to get asleep here. Okay, this is perhaps, can you read this slide? I think this makes a sense, little bit. I just tell you why. The smokers were infected less, and potassium because it contains thiocyanate. So perhaps that's why smokers were protected well during this kind of pandemic. And of course, when potassium thiocyanate was given, it did not protect. So what is the scientific basis? What is the basis why this was happening? So we were working on a protein. We have been working on a protein, the protein which is expressed as part of the innate immune system at those sites where these microbes enter. Now these proteins expressions go up. So I think I'll have to give this idea. You see, if you see this particular enzyme is a protein which is expressed in your body as part of the innate immune system. Can you read this? This lactoperoxidase, the LPO. Now, what it requires is that it requires H2O2, which is made in your body in abundance by this reaction. There is no problem. So when H2O2 interacts with this protein, which is present at the site where infections occur, it converts this protein into an intermediate known as compound 1. And to this compound, to this intermediate, your thiocyanate or any substrate which can be converted by this binds to this, and you get a product which is antiviral, antibacterial. If this product is in good quantity, you will be protected well. Now, why this product is not in good quantity? Because this substrate is not governed by the state of infection. H2O2 is abundance, this enzyme is in abundance, but this substrate is lacking. That means that protein is there, the required H2O2 is there, but the substrate concentration is not enough. So can we provide this substrate, administer from outside, then this protein will produce enough antiviral, antibacterial thing. So what is this protein? So if you want to get substrate, other substrate other than the one which is already a metabolite which is in your body, if you want to make new substrates, you must know what kind of substrate you have to make. What is its chemical nature? What is its chemical structure? And for that purpose, you need to know the details of the binding site of this protein. So binding site, Dr. Bakshi was talking, there are side effects. There are side effects because these compounds are not specifically designed for a particular target. They bind here and there randomly. So if you design compound very specifically, and you can only design if you know the structure of this particular protein. So we did a lot of structures, and I don't want to go into details, but so this is a protein, an enzyme expressed at the site where infections, where these microbes enter your body. What they need is substrates. So how to make substrate? Learn more these enzymes. So we did a lot of experimental work and structures. I don't want to go into these details, but this is a protein which, if substrate is given, can protect you well. And this is a member of the innate immune system. You don't require antibodies, you don't require antibiotics, you don't require vaccines, you require nothing, except that you provide substrate for this protein. Most of the times this protein is doing the job as long as thiocyanate is enough there. But when it's lacking, then you have this problem. So I will skip these experimental structural slides, but I come to this question. When pandemic was happening, all the people were on the televisions, on magazines, on newspapers. They were making all kinds of statements, also based on some perceptions, some observations, but so many statements were made. So one statement, not a statement, it was an observation that smokers were infected less by COVID. Fine, this is an observation, but what is the basis? What is the scientific basis of this? And the scientific basis is that a protein which is part of the innate immune system, which protects you, requires a substrate, and thus that substrate is present in tobacco, thiocyanate. And that is why those who were smoking were infected less. So therefore, smoking might have saved more lives than killed by cancer and by lung cancer and so on. But it protects you all the time from infections that we don't come to know. Now the question is, how does that happen? And that is where scientific research is required. So we carried out whether this thiocyanate, does it work through this protein? The protein we are talking about, which converts thiocyanate into hypothiocyanate, which is antiviral, antibacterial. So skipping structural details, but I just show you that. Okay, I think I will skip this slide. This binds to this protein nicely as a substrate. We showed as an evidence from the experiment. You see, this is where the thiocyanate is binding here. So you should know where it's binding, how it's held there. Once you know that details, you can design molecules which should be placed accordingly the way thiocyanate is placed. So it's important to know. So thiocyanate binds to this protein very nicely, binds as a substrate. And how it converts with the help of H2O2, a product. I am skipping some slides because then you can see if you make an experiment, you add thiocyanate and H2O2 to this protein, and if you observe hypothiocyanate, which is experimentally observed here, it shows that this protein is converting thiocyanate into hypothiocyanate, which means that a protein expressed at the site of where your microbes have entered has got enough thiocyanate now, because those who smoke, they have enough concentration in their body. The normal people have less concentration, and that is why they were protected less, and that is where you have the data. So this is one thing, that some smoking is good for health, primarily to protect you against infections, because of your innate immune system does that. You don't have to smoke really, but in a situation like COVID pandemic, this is a helpful thing. Now, you choose which is safer, which is better than, or you choose your survival rather than worrying about other side effects. But then, if this is the one which works, if thiocyanate is doing this, then why is the problem if you give a salt of thiocyanate, which is what one salt, it's not potassium cyanide. Cyanate could be given. But we found potassium cyanide did not work. That did not work because potassium went there first and bound and blocked the site. So this you gain by knowledge. If you have not done experiments, you would not know. So don't choose potassium salt, choose some other salt, maybe sodium salt. So that is how you solve problems. First you understand the problem, then you solve the problem. So like this. And then there was a lot of data generated, a lot of epidemiological data made, a lot of statements were made, why more people were dying in USA and Europe, why less were dying in Japan and some other Asian countries, including India. That was a kind of discussion, and people made all kinds of theories. You know, when you don't know subject deeply, you make all kinds of conclusions. Somebody said Japanese are very nice people, so they don't suffer most. But it was, and you can see from this slide, there is one content. If you see that the distinct content in the diet of Japanese is that they consume, where is that? I think they consume something like 500 micrograms of iodide every day. Americans take only 150, Indians take more than that, 200 to 250. Although recommended is something you can take up to 1100 micrograms. So the question people said about why Japanese or even Indians were dying less than the US and Europe, all kinds of empirical theories, subjective statements were made. But the question here is, by looking at this, can we ask a question? Is it iodide content in their diet, in their body? If that is iodide which is doing the job, then we should check whether this particular protein we are talking about, which converts compounds into hypostate, that converts compound into antiviral, antibacterial form. And that is what we did. But this slide you can see, Dr. Ghosh, then these numbers are very authentic. Lots of people said that, not here, this somewhere else. So this is a very authentic site. where these numbers were there. And if you can see how these numbers are, this Johns Hopkins was making the global center, and the countries like India, Japan, and South Korea were far better than countries like USA, UK, Sweden, and other places in the Western world. And that could be one of the reasons that iodide content in the diets of these people is more. Now, next is, so this is a conclusion that iodide content is more, that's why they are protected. Now, how do we show that? We show this, the first check whether iodide binds to this protein at the substrate binding site. You have to establish, some observation is made in the public domain, you have to establish this. So we did a structure with iodide. Iodide binds nicely. You can see it here in the binding site. And then you do further experiments and you observe. If you add H2O2 to this, you observe in crystals. It is where you know, I hope everybody will know this, that if substrate is converted into product and if substrate after conversion, the product is not utilized, product will go and bind to the enzyme at the binding site. It's a normal process. Any product by any enzymatic process, if not utilized, it goes back and binds to the enzyme at the binding site and blocks its action. So you see, we observe hypoiodide, showing that iodide is converted by this protein into hypoiodide, which is antibacterial, antiviral. So that's how whatever is said, whatever statement is made, whatever observation is made in the public, you are able to show this from the experiment, establishing that this is a key protein, and later on we have to say how we can exploit this knowledge to make substrate. Similarly, potassium iodide didn't work, but then you look for other salts and that would work. So obviously, when a lot of discussions were going on, others were doing things, we also started sending some papers, some short notes to some journals, some popular journals also. And eventually somebody, based on this, made this cartoon saying that everything else, some people making mathematical models of how coronavirus is doing things. But the correct thing was that coronavirus doing the damage, but this particular protein, with the help of iodide, was really doing the job. So now, and the argument is that, what is this? Patients with nitric oxide. There is another thing which is, some people take this for vasodilation and other effects, suffered less. These observations were made by hospitals and some data were reported. And they're also the same reason. Nitric oxide is converted by this protein into nitrite, which is antiviral, antibacterial. And that we showed experimentally that nitrite binds to this. And then we also observe nitric oxide, nitrite. And that's how those patients who were on the nitric oxide diet, nitric oxide treatment, they had this converted by this protein and they were protected well. Another thing now, people who are suffering from, who are having treatment of tuberculosis, they also were affected less. These are data there, epidemiological data people made on this. And the reason there being that there is one compound in the protocol of TB treatment, INH, isoniazid, that's an antibacterial or anti-tuberculosis drug. And that is also converted by this protein, this experimentally shown here, that INH is converted into a state which is antiviral, antibacterial. It's already known that it's antibacterial, but it works in this case also. So that's how you show that these things are happening. Then the last one, that womankind. People say women are better half. They're really biologically better, not just socially better half. They have many components in the body which protect them better than men. And there were data that more men died than women during the COVID. That data also are there. And primarily, one of the factors, in addition to many other factors, was that they have this hormone, the hormone known as estrogen. So we wanted to examine that. is estrogen also being converted into a product which is antiviral, antibacterial? And when we did experiments, we found that estrogen binds to this protein like a substrate and converted into a product which is antiviral, and that's why they were protected. So all those observations which were made by various people, various communities, scientists, and hospitals, we found solution, we found explanation based on our scientific experiments that this protein is the key, and that is how it's protecting. So this is one situation that this protein is always overexpressed whenever you get infection. Most of the times you're protected because there is some concentration of this metabolite SCN, but when you have massive infections, you need to supply more substrate to protect you. So the gist I just wanted to give you that innate immune system is very, very important. It provides the first line of defense. It is doing all the time. But when it is not able to do, we can strengthen this by, in this case, by supplying substrates. So it is like taking help from the innate immune system and not really worrying about vaccines and antibodies and antibiotics and other synthetic antibacterials. So this is the conclusion that if you look at this slide, what you need is for this particular protein to produce the antiviral or antibacterial or antimicrobial product, the H2O2, which is abundance in your body. In fact, you have enzymes to control its production. So this is not an issue. H2O2 is enough, the first step of reaction. But what you need is here, SCN concentration is not governed by the state of infection. This is a usual metabolite. So its concentration is not regulated by requirement. And that is where you need to add, look for substrate. So if you can provide substrate, I just mentioned here, a few of them as examined here can work as substrates. And we also recommended strongly that during that period, people take more iodized salt, it will help them. So providing a substrate here will help this protein to produce these antiviral products, and that's how you could be cured. So during pandemic of this, if people consume more iodide, either through any diet, which Japanese take as seaweeds, or through whatever means, you will not have suffered most. I just wanted to give this a small gist. I think sleep has not come, but I would like you to react on this, because a scientific presentation should not be just presentation for a few minutes. So what is our conclusion is that a protein known as lactoperoxidase, its concentration goes up. It is particularly present in all secretions, your mucus, your nose, your airways, everywhere there where infecting organisms can enter. Its concentration goes up. Of course, this will be governed by your body has to support this. If you are already an ill and sick man, if you don't have enough ingredients like amino acids, it may suffer that way. But normally, this protein is overexpressed. What we need to do, provide substrate externally. And if you did that, no virus can affect you, no bacteria can affect you. So this is what I just wanted to tell you, small gist. We will talk some other time, more details. I want to talk very small details. So Professor Malik, you can ask them to have questions and comments. Until people are very hungry to rush for lunch.
Thank you for this nice talk.
Before your chit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Singh, for that excellent talk. Thank you. I now request Professor Das sir and Professor Malik sir to kindly felicitate Professor T.P. Singh.
Anything else other than the moment?
So we do have.
What do you have? Lunch.
In addition to lunch, we have another memoir from Amity. Please join me in giving a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you so much. Over this side.
So before ending the session, I'll request the all faculty to come in the stage. So we'll take one group photo. Yes, and student, you can come here in the join here.
We come to the end of this session and we will break for, after lunch, we will join back for one more.
After lunch, we'll have a online talk, Professor Tej Pandita and from US. So on his turn, but he is in India, he will be talking. So please come back after the lunch, quickly back at 3:10 or 3:15, so that we can have this talk online. Okay? And then other talks of the AIB and other guests will be speaking, and there are posters.
So after lunch, we have the poster and the oral
Requesting
presentations.
the speakers also to come here, please.
After lunch, we will join back for the poster and the oral presentations.
मुझे ही चाहिए होता है।
इसीलिए तो आप ही को
अच्छा, मेरा नहीं है, मेरा वाला कहाँ रख दिया?
Pen drive, na? Bag drive, na? Pen drive also.
Sir, it is an honor to listen to you. I'm really.
We didn't talk much, sir, just, I didn't want to get a stitch.
I was about to give. We were
You are about to give.
But
But I'm the only one who didn't get a stitch.
yes, yes. You were on time. Yeah. Engage the audience, sir.
I want them to come here, don't let it.
We welcome you to the next session.
First speaker is.
Background.
क्या ऑन करें? ऑन कर लो, वेबकैम ऑन करो, it is given access, please.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, great.
Excuse me, भैया, भैया, इनकी फोटो क्यों नहीं दिख रही है?
Okay, okay. ठीक है सर, आप बैठिए, मैं करवा ये presentation share कर पा रहे हैं? Presentation share कर पा रहे हैं?
Could you share the presentation?
Oh, I'll try. Just hold on, hold on.
ज़्यादा हो रहा नहीं आवाज?
Yeah, I can share it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome. Welcome to MIT for the
Thank you, sir.
National Science Day.
Thank you, sir.
But it will be introduced, but I would say a few words before, because my close friend is Tej Pandita. So he was in India, but then we are close friend, and he reached US after lot of assistance from my side and all. Because earlier I was with the, as I told, I was in Germany with Professor Jurhausen, and I came back in between. Then he was interested to go to US. So we took a lot of initiative, and then he reached and then never come back. So he is still in, but it is now at this moment he is in India, but he's a great scientist in DNA repair and related to chromatin modifications and all, but mostly DNA repair and through after the radiation damage, what happens, so how the repair occurs. So it has cut across basic biology, molecular biology, and cancer biology and all. And he is one of the top scientists now, published only in Nature and Science and the Cell and EMBO, so what not. So molecular cell biology and all. So he's a great scientist. He is now in Houston. So you will know Center for Genetics and Precision Medicine. And Dr. Yogita, please introduce him. And so he is at this moment, he was in Noida. He came for a month here because of some family persons are affected, but he's at this moment in Jammu. He's a Kashmiri, but then he is at this moment in Jammu. From there he is speaking. So thank you.
I welcome you all to the next session of our National Science Day. And I now request next speaker of our session, who is Professor Tej Pandita. Professor Tej Pandita is professor at Center for Genomics and Precision Medicine, Texas A&M College of Medicine, Houston, Texas, USA. He works on research program focusing on DNA repair and radiotherapy and has contributed significantly to the field. He was an elected fellow of American Association for the Advancement of Science in 2013. He has published extensively in top-ranked reputed international journals such as Nature, EMBO, Cell, Cancer Research, etc. He serves on multiple editorial boards and a chartered member of NIH studies sections. His research employs both genetic and biological approaches to study the relationship between DNA sequence, chromatin structure, and sensitivity to ionizing radiation. I welcome you, sir, here. Please start. You can start your presentation, and please put it on slideshow.
I am on slideshow, but I can't see it.
Yeah, we also cannot see your slide. Slides we can see, but it is not on slideshow.
So what I need to do?
So there must be an icon. You can, if you can put it on a full slideshow mode.
It says hide self name, show background.
Top also, you can see the slideshow.
I see it. Mute my audio, stop video, blur background, choose virtual background, choose avatar, remove pin, hide pin, rename. No, it is not there. I can see myself in a side one, but
you can stop sharing and reshare it again.
Okay, it is not taking me to that mode. That's what I'm saying. I can see you now, but is it I can do? It took me now MET room. Let me say stop sharing first. Okay, I'm here now.
Okay.
Now I will go to screen share. Okay, I'll go here. Okay, can you see now?
Yes, yes.
The slides
Okay.
are visible.
It's okay. It's okay, sir. Let's go ahead.
Okay, is it okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Okay, I need to remove this spot. Okay, this spot. Okay, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks, BC, for this wonderful introduction. And it is all blame goes to BC, who made a plant geneticist to become a cancer biologist. So he knows what he has done, and I know I'm his good friend. So let me start why I chose the impact of hyperthermia on chromatin structure and DNA damage repair. Since this is a National Science Day at your very prestigious institute, one of the problems from my childhood was that if you go 40, 50 years back, hardly any family or a house had air conditioning. So we were exposed to extreme heat in summer. And we'll see some of the people become unconscious or very tired. And being a plant cytogeneticist, I could see that with high heat, plants die. So the training I had in my MSc and PhD was in chromosome studies, cytogenetic studies, and we knew at that time that everything is encoded by the DNA. Is it something happening to the DNA by heat? Okay, what is going on? Okay, so when I wanted to see the effect of heat on the DNA, I wanted to use a simple and very elegant assay that time. It was a sister chromatin exchange assay, for which B.C. Das had published a post-author paper himself in Nature while he was a PhD student, and I all completed my PhD by that time. And what I found was that the heat does impact the DNA replication, enhancing the sister chromatid exchanges. So it is one of the parameters you can check if heat is influencing the cellular metabolism, and you can just do this assay. But now there are much sensitive assays and much fine molecular parameters which can be exploited for using this one. Okay, I have to use here. So hyperthermia means heat shock. It activates a subset of genes, ataxia, telangiectasia, and which affects independent of the DNA double-strand break. What it means is that heat does activate ATM, but ATM is known to be activated by DNA damage, like double-strand breaks. As I showed in the first slide, that was an exchange in which there are subsequently first intimacy, then exchange. There is no need of to be a clean double-strand breaks, but the consequences of that exchange are because of double-strand breaks. Now, if you induce a double-strand break, you can activate ATM. Now, this ATM can be also activated without a DNA damage. Now, what activates the ATM? One of my students, postdocs from India, Arun Gupta, identified a chromatin modifying factor, which is this MOF. If you inactivate MOF, ATM does not get activated. Now, the question is this MOF, I will just tell you what it does. We asked the question, does heat shock impact the deacetylation of H4K16 ATM dependent manner? This is going to be the talk of today. What is this MOF? It stands for males absent on the first, and it has a histone acetyltransferase activity. As you know, we males have X and Y chromosomes, females have 2X chromosomes. In human beings, the 2X in females, 1X is inactivated, forms a bar body, but this is totally opposite to insects like Drosophila, in which you have 1X and 1Y. In order to bring the transcription of the male equal to 2 females, This protein, male is absent on the first, it paints, it gets localized on this X chromosome of the male, brings the transcription equivalent to 2X of the female. That is why it is called dosage compensation protein, as well as if this protein is not there as absent, males die. And this protein, what it does, it acetylates the histone H4 at lysine 16, and this acetylation at lysine 16 neutralizes the charges, allows the DNA to unwind, and then recruit the repair proteins or in the transcriptional factors. If you want to see a correlation of this MOP with the acetylation of H4K16 and the DNA damage response, one of the other who was from the Banaras Hindu University, Girdhar Sharma, what he did, he knocked down the MOP by sRNA, labeled it through Si3. You can clearly see the H4K16 is gone, and there is no DNA damage response. The H2X is not formed. So it is an in-control experiment showing that how acetyltransferase modulates the DNA damage response, because this H2X is basically a phosphorylated form of H2X, which is phosphorylated mostly by the ATM. Now, if you knock down the MOP, ATM function is null and it does not phosphorylate the H2X. The other thing what is that if you take this ATM knockout mice, they are okay. They don't show, because ataxia telangiectasia mutated is a disorder of loss of Purkinje cells in the patients. They call it ataxia telangiectasia patients. When we made a knockout of this ATM gene, they were all right. They did not show us the neurological disorder. But when we wanted to see if we take a gene upstream of the ATM, which is the MOF, if you knock out the MOP gene, it is embryonic lethal. So you cannot have the homozygous MOP. Then we want to see, is this gene having an effect on the Purkinje cells, which we see deformed in ataxia telangiectasia patients. What we did on the left-hand side, you can see the Purkinje cells are here where MOF is expressing. If you knock out the Purkinje cells, if you knock out the MOF, conditional knockout of the MOP, only in the Purkinje cell using the PCP specific grip, you can see the Purkinje cells are lost. And then what you can see, that you can see a clinical phenotype in these mice. They start showing backward walking. This backward walking is a kind of clinical phenotype of these 80 patients. So we showed that the severity of the ATM can be reproduced by knocking down the MOF. Maybe the ATM could not show the phenotype because those mice did not live long enough. And here we knock down in the Purkinje cells, we could say clinical phenotype. So now the question was, does the heat impact on the distillation of the H4K16? Is it ATM independent or dependent? So we took four different cell types. The first two on this left-hand side are having a normal ATM function, and the other one, 80 cells which have no ATM gene there. Once we did a heat shock, what we found was that in both situations, with and without ATM, they show the relative loss of H4K16. That means the H4K16 is not being influenced by knocking down of the ATM, showing that the ATM is a downstream target of this MOP. Then we wanted to see that the people who get exposed to the heat shock, that was my major interest, to see do they have any clinical molecular marker to see what happened to them at a chromatin structure. Now, this work was done, I think the gentleman before me who was talking, the biochemistry, and one of my students who's now associate professor at AIMS. So he said, Tej, I can have the patients recruited here. What he found, and this work was done in India and AIMS, in collaboration with another group at Vaishno Devi University, what they found is that if you take the patients, that is the red one, and compare them the age-matched blood, they could see that most of the patients show the reduction in the H4K16. There were one or two patients which did not show us a reduction in the H4K16. That may be that the exposure to heat shock might not be severe enough to impact on the distillation. Now, to see does heat literally induce the distillation, we carried the experiment in multiple cell lines and quantitated the H4K16. You can see in all situations like HeLa, H1299, in vivo, that is xenografts, we could see there's a reduction of H4K16 by heat shock. Is heat shock induced distillation of H4K16 distillation conserved? We all know whether it is a dog, whether it's a human being, whether it's an insect, they can tolerate to some extent heat, but they can also cold. But then is the heat shock distillation conserved? If they have too much of heat, what happened to their H4K levels? So what we did was we started with the Drosophila. In Drosophila, as I told, in males, they have got H4K painted on their one of the X chromosomes. You can see how much painting of the stains there. Females don't have. Then if you heat these heat shock, you can see the loss of this H4K16 in these male embryos. Then we narrowed it down whether we look at a chromosome level. Here it was at a cell level. When we examined for the X chromosome painting for the control for the males, we clearly see that they do show us clear H4K16, painting. When we heat shock them, they clearly show loss of H4K16. So it became a good marker that heat does impact the H4K16 distillation. Then we also, this was in the Drosophila, then we examined in the yeast, the answer was the same. When you heat the yeast cells, they show the distillation. And then you take the cell lines, again, you can see that the heat shock, as earlier shown, the cell lines compare with the immunostaining, they show the H4K16 loss. Now, the question is that H4K16 distillation is also mark of transcriptional areas, gene-rich regions. So we mapped H4K16 throughout the genome, and that is a published work. So we identified areas which are gene-rich. These peaks are H4K16 rich, and A and C are gene-rich regions, B and C are gene-poor regions, as you can see on the right-hand side on different chromosomes. What we tried to do is we wanted to see the effect of H4K16 on the double-strand break repair. You cannot do it by using radiation or bleomycin or any agent because they induce non-specific breaks. So what we did, we introduced the break cassettes at different sites. Like on chromosome, we introduced it at A, B, C, and D. It is a chromosome 5. And we introduced both cassettes which can measure the double-strand break by homologous recombination or non-homologous recombination. Since I have less time, so I'm not going into details, but just remember two types of double-strand breaks we measured. What we found was that the gene-rich region, which is H4K6 region, that is A, as compared to gene-poor region, that is B, the difference in the repair by homologous recombination in the two was 3 logs, because transcriptionally active regions need to be repaired perfectly, because if they are not repaired perfectly, that can lead mutations and that can cause genome instability. But genome instability may cause also that B regions, but they may not have that much influence on the transcription as they are gene poor regions. So then what is the effect of heat shock on the double-strand break induction and the deacetylase? Because removal of H4K16 acetylation, there should be a deacetylase. it was done as a long story, but one of the diastylases which we identified is 31. And what we found was there was no effect of heat on the cutting of the DNA. But if we check what happens, the recruitment of the 31 after the heat, you can clearly see whether it is gene rich or gene poor region, the 31 levels went up. Then what we did was that if we inactivate the diastylase by TSA and first heat shock, then TSA, we could rescue this kind of, with this TSA, we could rescue, we can have more H4K16. When we heat shock, you lose H4K16. But when you combine with, when you treat first heat shock, then TSA, you can rescue the loss of H4K16. Not totally like the original one, but there is some rescue of this thing. And we can see this on the B and regions which are poor in H4K16. So what we tried to say is now effect of heat shock of MOF, which stimulates the H4K16 in gene-rich and gene-poor regions. To make a long story short, that the MOF levels were not different in gene-rich and gene-poor regions. Even though there are differences in H4K16, but MOF levels, I should not say there are differences, but there was no effect of heat on the levels of MOF at gene-rich or gene-poor regions. Now, if you increase the H4K levels artificially, how you can do it? You can express Cas9H MOF. When we did that, first we took the control, we heated it, you can see the H4K6 levels go down. Then again, if you just express Cas9H MOF, but not gRNA of the HMOF, you see no major difference. When you increase H4K16 by expressing the Cas9H MOF gRNA, and you can see the H4K levels going up, with heat they are going down. In the gene poor regions, you can see the similar, but not as like as gene rich regions. And again, when you use the another which inactivates the MOF, that is MG149, you can, okay, sorry, moving wrong way. So if you treat the cells with the MOF inhibitor, you can clearly see the H4K6 going down like the heat. Then if you combine heat and this one, you can see much more levels of H4K16 going down. Then does the 30, which is a diastylase for H4K16 depletion result in the reduction of heat shock induced H4 diastylation? Answer is here, that if you take a 30 sRNA and knock down 31, what happens is that with the heat, first you have got this diastylation. Acetylation does not increase by the induction of double-strand breaks. With heat, yes, the acetylation does increase, but if you knock down the sRNA, you can clearly see as compared to here that your acetylation goes up because there is no diastylase. Now, same was if you do a trichostatin A, you can see the similar results, what you can see by the 31 siRNA. Now, heat shock or 31 depletion impair RNA polymerase II loading at the double-strand breaks, because after their double-strand breaks, if the transcription has to come back, you need to have proper running of RNA polymerase. Now, is this RNA polymerase involved in the double-strand breaks, specifically for the double-strand breaks which require homologous recombination? We have already published it. I'm not going through that. The answer is here that relative levels of this RNA polymerase, you can see with heat, they go down. Then once you induce a double-strand break, that is this one, and then heat shock, it goes down. So in gene-rich regions, you can clearly see the RNA polymerase where it has a function for transcription. After the heat, it goes down. on the B region, we don't have the transcription, whereas RPA1, where we have got the transcription going on, heat does bring the levels of RNA polymerase down. Same was the impact of ASSERT1 on the RNA polymerase 2, which is giving similar results like the other one. Now, the connection between the heat and the transcription and the cell death is that if you use transcriptional blockers like alpha-amanitin or actinomycin D, they do enhance the heat shock effect on the homologous recombination. Now you can see that how cells die. What happens that first the cells, they deacetylase, then it doesn't allow the repair, and subsequently it does go towards apoptosis or mitotic death. So I'm not going to go through details, but I'm just going to say that you can see the site A, which is a gene-rich region. You treat with the alpha-amanitin, the double-strand break repair by homologous recombination goes down with heat much more, combining the both much more. So this was observed on chromosome 1 as well as chromosome 5. Now, if you compare, I compared here sites A and sites B. Site B, A are this one and B are this one, where there is no HR. You can't see any bars there. Same happens when you do actinomycin D. Now, this was for HR, but there was no effect on non-homologous and joining. A slight observation impact was in the regions where there are no genes. The DNA double-strand break gets repaired by non-homologous recombination there. So the heat shock, what does heat shock do? It impairs the recruitment of HR, homologous recombination related protein factors in gene-rich. So here we are measuring the gamma H2X. There is no difference of the gamma H2X between gene-rich region and gene-poor regions. You can 53 BP1, you can see that the gene-rich region have got a reduced 53 BP1. This is a marker of double-strand breaks, whereas gene-poor region has got high foci or the levels of 53 BP1. Another protein involved in the homologous recombination is SMARCD1. You can see the SMARCD1 levels are higher, but heat brings it down. In the gene-poor regions, you have got relatively low levels. Same as the other things, the BRCA1, which is known to be involved in the homologous recombination of double-strand break. When you heat the cells, the recruitment of BRCA1 goes down, and RAD51 and other RPA1 follow the same pattern. Now, does it impact on the replication stress? So we measure this replication stress by DNA fiber assay. Since we have a limited time, what happens is that when you heat it, you can see with the control, you have got such a long fiber. When you heat it, you have got a short fiber. How you measure it? You label DNA with one nucleotide with the red label, treat with the hydroxyurea, then label it with another, which is a green label. Then you relatively measure the fiber track length or IDU track length of this both, and you can get the values which can tell you about the replication stress.
Hello?
Yes,
Professor?
ma'am. I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm almost done. So heat also impacts the DNA resection. So this was the last slide, and what we have published and shown that heat causes a deacetylation, and deacetylation leads to replication stress, impacts the resection and the DNA repair by homologous recombination. And the major challenges we have to identify heat-induced chromatin modifications impacting DDR and DSB repair, which chromatin modifications regulate DSB repair pathway choice, can chromatin differences between normal and diseased tissue be exploited for therapy, heat-induced chromatin modifications mediated by enzymes thus are inherently druggable. So these are the people who have been indirectly involved in this work, except Mayank Singh, who's an associate professor. He's listed here, but not in the picture, who's at AIMS now. Thank you again for inviting me to join this wonderful Science Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tej. Thank you for
Okay.
your excellent talk. I know it is not much time available, but nevertheless, we'll
Thanks for
for another interaction sometime. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Could you make time, adjust your time? Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yeah, any question?
Any question? Now we will start the oral presentations
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, dear. I'll go now. Thanks a lot. Bye.
from AIB. Puniti ma'am.
I quote Nobel Prize winner Albert Szent-Györgyi. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought of. I unquote. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow enthusiasts of wonders of science. I, Navya Agarwal, am honored to welcome you all to this auspicious celebration of National Science Day. Today, AIB, that is the Amity Institute of Biotechnology, has the distinct privilege of introducing some of the brightest minds who will be showcasing their remarkable research endeavors in the field of biotechnology and biosciences. Without further ado, let me begin with a stellar lineup of PhD students, each representing their respective centers of excellence. First up, we have Ms. Asiya Khan, hailing from the Center for Medical Biotechnology. With her groundbreaking research and dedication to advancing medical science, Ms. Khan is poised to revolutionize the field with her innovative ideas. Thank you very much.
Respected Dasa, teachers, and my dear friends, I'm Asiya Khan, and I'm here to present my PhD, a part of my PhD topic. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank my mentor, my guide, Dr. Deepshika Pandey Katare, and my HOD, who gave me an opportunity to present part of my PhD work on this auspicious occasion of National Science Day. The topic of my PhD is role of complement regulatory proteins and NF-kappa signaling pathway in HPV-mediated cervical carcinogenesis. My guide is Dr. Deepshika Pandey Katare, and my external guide is Dr. Pranay Tanwar. What is uterine cervical cancer? The cervix is the narrow part of the uterus, and the malignancies in this region is called as cervical cancer. There is a transformation zone called as squamocolumnar junction or STJ, where metaplastic activities takes place. There are mainly two broad classes of cervical cancer. One is squamous cell carcinoma. About 90% of cancer is of this type, and adenocarcinoma, about 10% cancers are of this type. Cervical cancer is the fourth most common cancer worldwide and is the second most common cancer in females in India. And the fact is that there's a bad news in India. Every 7 minutes, a woman dies of cervical cancer. But the good news is that cervical cancer incidences have reduced over the last few decades due to appropriate screening, awareness, and vaccination programs. Most importantly, it is preventable if detected early. WHO have given targets for low middle income countries that by 2030, 90, 70, and 90 is the targets. Like 90% of the girls by the age of 15 years must be fully vaccinated. 70% of the women must be screened with high performance testing by 35 years of age and again by 45 years of age. And 90% of women identified with cervical disease must be treated. There are many risk factors associated with cervical cancer, but the major risk factor is persistent high-risk human papillomavirus infection. Coming to the biological behavior of HPV, it takes about 5 to 10 years of the HPV infection, which leads to invasive cancer. And it has been observed that 90% of the cancer is eliminated and only 10% of the cancer progresses into invasive cancer. And here our immune system, our immunity plays a very important role. As we have seen in COVID times also, that those people having a good immunity, they survive well. I have published a paper in seminars in cancer biology in which I have discussed the insights and the role of these complement regulatory proteins HPV-mediated cervical carcinogenesis, as there are three critical pathways of complement system: classical, alternate, and lectin. And these pathways are regulated by complement regulatory proteins. And deregulation of these proteins leads to tumor microenvironment. Also, we have explored a role of HPV infection with the complement system, which promotes tumor growth environment. The rationale. Our group and others have demonstrated that there is an interlink between infection, immunity, and cancer, especially in light of evidences and the role played by complement system, which is regulated by complement regulatory proteins. Very little is known about the role of membrane-bound complement regulatory protein in cervical cancer. HPV, it is a double-stranded DNA virus having the genome size of 8 kb. HPV 16 followed by HPV 18 is most prevalent in India, and it contains 6 early genes, and that is E1, E2, E4, E5, E6, and E7, and 2 late genes, L1 and L2. E6 and E7 are the transforming genes of the virus. These are the objectives of my study. I'll be discussing my first objective over here, which is to check the expression profile of complementary proteins CD55, 46, and 59 in HPV positive and negative cervical cancer cell lines. This is my material and methods. I have taken HPV positive CEHA, HPV 16 positive, and HeLa, HPV 18 positive, and HPV negative C33A cells. And these are the methods which I have used in achieving my objective. And this is the workflow of my first objective. I have done real-time PCR, Western blotting, flow cytometry, and confocal microscopy. The results. First of all, I confirmed the HPV status in cervical cancer cell lines. For that I did genomic DNA extraction of these cell lines. And after that, I did a PCR of these cell lines to check that HPV is really present or not. This is the cell morphology of HPV positive and negative cervical cancer cell lines. And here again, I'm showing the cell morphology with the nuclear staining and the cytoplasmic staining. To achieve my objective, first we performed RT-qPCR to check the mRNA level expression pattern of complement regulatory proteins, that is CD55, 59, and CD46 in HPV positive and negative cervical cancer cell lines. The results showed a significant higher expression of CD55 and 59 mRNA in HPV-18 HeLa cells when compared to HPV negative C33A cells. Then we saw the expression of these complementary regulatory proteins with Western blotting experiments were performed. In this also, interestingly, CD46 protein expression was increased in HPV positive as compared to HPV negative cells. We further investigated the expression of these proteins on cell surface by flow cytometry and confocal microscopy. Confocal microscopy analysis of HPV positive and negative cancer cells revealed a much positivity of CD59 markers, followed by CD46 and CD55. These markers were apparently observed on the cell surface of HPV-16 SIHA cells also. This is the summary slide of my first objective. Coming to the mRNA level of expression in HeLa and SIHA, CD59 was overexpressed. And at the protein level, CD46 was overexpressed in both the cell lines. And at the cell surface, CD55 and 59 were more expressed in HeLa, while as in SIHA, CD46 were more expressed. Also, we saw localization of CD59, which in that case, there was co-localization was seen. And these findings are published in European Journal of Obstetrics and Reproductive Biology. Conclusion. This is the first study that reports a promisable role of membrane-bound CRPs in HPV-infected cervical cancer cell, which may serve as potential and early diagnostic immunomodulating markers for HPV-infected cervical cancer. The study may be beneficial in understanding the long course of infection and immunobiology of cervical carcinogenesis. Thank you.
Please put your hand together for Ms. Asiya Khan. Thank you, Asiya Khan, for your excellent work in cervical cancer research. Next, we have Mr. Dhananjay Rathuri, representing the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biotechnology. His tireless pursuit of understanding the intricate mechanisms within the cellular world promises to unveil new insights. A big round of applause for Dhananjay Rathuri.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dhananjay Rathuri. I am PhD scholar at Center for Cellular and Molecular Biotechnology, MIT Institute of Biotechnology. I am working under the guidance of Professor Somnath Raina. My internal co-guide is Dr. Apekshita Singh. So today I am here. Today on the occasion of National Science Day, I am here to present my work on genetic diversity analysis in black rice. So first I will start with the genetic description of cultivated rice. So cultivated rice is a semi-aquatic annual grass, and it can be grown across a wide range of ecosystem from deeply flooded land to dry hilly slopes. It has two species, Oryza sativa, which is Asian cultivated rice, and another one is Oryza glaberrima, which is African cultivated rice. Oryza sativa is further divided into two subspecies. The first one is Oryza sativa subspecies japonica and Oryza sativa subspecies indica. So Japonica, it is sticky rice and it is found in temperate East Asia, upland rice of Southeast Asia, and high elevations in South Asia. While Oryza sativa subspecies indica is a non-sticky and it is found, and it is a lowland rice grown throughout tropical Asia. So we will begin with the domestication of rice. Asian cultivated rice was domesticated from Oryza rufipogon, and the domestication begins around 9,000 years ago in the Yangtze Valley in China. There, people selected rice with beneficial traits such as enhanced fruit size, better flavor, and resistance to environmental stresses. Then the saving of selected rufipogon seeds and their subsequent cultivation led to evolution of progenitor of Japonica varieties. These early Japonica cultivars were subsequently spread southward and eastwards in Asia and crossed with local population of Oryza rufipogon to produce indica varieties. So, as we all know that rice is the staple food crop for more than 1/3 of the rice population. Hence, rice genetic improvement is important for global food security and is critical for enhancing socio-economic benefits. And utilization of genes from diverse rice varieties can help in improvement and development of the resilient rice varieties, which were resistant towards various pest diseases and other environmental stress. So a large amount of diversity exists in rice germplasm. So in addition to Oryza sativa and Oryza glaberrima, the genus Oryza contains 25 more globally distributed wild species, and in the field of genetics, variation within and among the individuals of a population or species is defined as genetic diversity. Genetic diversity determines the range of inherited traits among individuals and serve as a mechanism for different populations to adapt to changing environmental conditions. Also, there different varieties exist around the world with varying rice kernel colors from white to red, purple, or black. So we will begin with characteristics of the black rice. Black rice has a water-soluble pigment called anthocyanin in pericarp layer, which is its outer covering, and this anthocyanin is well known for its anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer activities. Black rice had a widespread distribution mainly in Southeast Asian countries. But however, till date, there is no report of characterization and evaluation of black rice world germplasm on the basis of phenotypic characters. So in this image, I have shown different black rice expressions from 14 different countries. We can all see that there is a difference in their phenotype on the basis of color, size, and shape. So this was my first objective, to determine interrelationship in black rice germplasm utilizing agromorphological diversity. In the figure A, it shows black rice nursery with more than 250 black rice accessions. Figure B, C, and D are showing the process of transplantation. In figure B, 1 month old rice plants are being supplanted to be transplanted in another field. This is a very important procedure during cultivation of rice. Post paddy field after 1 month of transplantation. The man in the figure B figure B and C. They are the technical assistant, and they have helped me a lot in my study. So I want to acknowledge them by putting their image in this presentation. So in this image, in the image one, I like to show the agromorphological diversity in black rice germplasm. Here each line represents a different accession. If it is visible that some accessions have black color, that some accessions have black color in their leaves. This is maybe due to the large amount of anthocyanin. The figure B shows variation in the harvest maturity. This is a very important agromorphological characters because all these lines have been sown at the same time, but there is a difference in the time period of their harvest maturity. So this character I have taken for my study. Figure C shows three different black rice accessions belonging to different countries, and they have difference in their plant height. Figure D and E shows difference in the grain filling stage. As we can show in figure E that the panicle of the rice were upright in some accessions while they are bent in some others. So there are so every accession has a different time of duration of grain filling, which I have taken as a morphological character. So correlation among traits for designing and affecting breeding strategy. The knowledge of correlation among different agromorphological traits is an important condition for designing an effective breeding strategy because most of the complex plant traits such as yield are quantitatively inherited, and they are also influenced by the interaction with the environment. So direct selection with an aim to improve yield may be complicated and time consuming. Hence, indirect selection utilizing correlation among the traits is required to devise an effective breeding strategy. For example, this is the result of my Pearson correlation analysis. It is a pyramid-like structure having X and Y axis. As we can show in the figure that it has a scale from red to dark blue. The red color shows negative correlation while the blue color shows the positive correlation. So for example, I have a trait culm diameter. It has a positive correlation with flag leaf area, panicle weight, and panicle length. So by increasing the culm diameter, we can also increase the panicle length, and flag leaf area of a particular rice species. The present study will be effective in classifying black rice germplasm on the basis of different agromorphological traits. Thus, identification of black rice genotypes with better yield and better yield rated traits can be selected for future breeding programs. Also, DNA marker trait association can be done using high resolution DNA markers, which will result in identification of various loci linked to particular trait. Thank you.
Can we please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dhananjay Rathuri? Thank you, sir, for your excellent work in rice genome diversity and agromorphological features of rice. Now, joining us now, we have Mr. Alakto Chaudhary, a visionary scholar from the Center of Computational Biology and Bioinformatics. His mastery of computational tools and bioinformatics is reshaping our world. Please have a huge round of applause for Alakto Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alakto Chaudhary, and I'm pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Abhishek Sengupta. So I'm presenting DNA scanner. I have been part of the development of DNA scanner during my master's. So DNA scanner is a tool for DNA analysis based on a number of different physiochemical properties. So it is for students who are looking to work on the analysis of DNA strands, and researchers who are going to work on it more professionally. So it is based on a concept called sliding window. So sliding window, what it does is, in this diagram, we have a sliding window which encompasses 4 nucleotide sequences with the window width of 3. So basically it makes a rectangular box, and it moves from the starting position of the nucleotides to the end of the nucleotide sequences. So it encapsulates everything that is considered for scoring. After calculating the first score, the window shifts 1 position to the right, and it continues till it reaches the end of the sequence. So for the nucleotide frequency calculation, we have this formula. So where the frequency of the nucleotide is calculated using the window width, the selected nucleotides, the constants which are used to actually correct the calculation in the case of di and trinucleotides, and the number of nucleotides that are encapsulated. And similarly, we have parameters, structural parameters, which have the similar score calculation using window width and the constants. So this is the process flow chart where the user inputs the FASTA sequences and selects parameters from the web page itself and specifies the window width. This enters the DNA scanner backend where it loads the parameter files and it generates substrings based on the sequence position using the window width. Then it creates strings on the basis of the di and trinucleotides which are specified at the positions. And then it calculates the average score at positions. And then it iterates till the end of the sequences and generates graphs using Protl. And after that, it iterates for every selected parameters and generates the output CSV files, which is then shown on the web page, in the results page. The properties that can be accessed using DNA scanner are mononucleotide composition. Basically, it calculates the abundance of ATGC in DNA. Dinucleotide composition, which is basically the paired nucleotides such as AT, CT, GT, etc. And trinucleotide composition is basically nucleotide triplets. Then there are structural properties which are predefined in the parameter files, which defines the DNA's 3-dimensional organizations such as bending, roll, twist, and other 34 parameters. Physiochemical properties such as shift rise force constant, roll rise force constant, etc., and 19 others. Thermodynamic properties, which are crucial for stability, structure, and interactions, including entropy, free energy, and melting temperatures. And mechanical properties evaluate 7 properties such as DNA-induced DNA deformities, roll stiffness, etc. So in this section, we will show you the features of DNA scanner. And DNA scanner is available at this URL. The homepage looks like this, where the user can input the DNA sequence in FASTA format and then specify the window width. The user can also choose to upload a FASTA file if required. And then they can select the parameters which they want to calculate, such as they want to count the frequency of mononucleotides, dinucleotides, or trinucleotides, or they can calculate the structural, physicochemical, mechanical, and thermodynamic parameters. And then in the end, we also have the transposon insertion site detection, which basically finds out the transposon sites based on the first 300 nucleotides of the given FASTA. So here, in order to choose the properties, we simply have to click and display the drop-down menu from where we can select the properties. Then we will be shown a loading page like this, where we will have the job ID, the status, and the published date. After it is done processing, we will receive the output such as this, where we will have the job ID, the number of sequences that were included as input, and the number of and the parameters that were selected. The window width is also specified, and the duration, how long it took to process it. So the results page looks something like this, where we can download the output as a zip file, which will consist of the plots and the different The results page will be looking like this, where we can download the output as a zip file. It will consist of the CSV files and the plots. Then we can view plots from the browser itself using the view plots option. And then we can view the normalized plots, which is basically using different function to normalize it for comparative analysis. Then we can view the output table and normalized output tables, along with the outlier and the correlation tables. So this is how the graphs look like when it is displayed on the browser. It shows in this case, it shows the nucleotide frequencies, the means, and how much it deviates from the mean using standard deviation. Then we use normalization for comparative analysis. Here we have the triangle correlation heat map, where it shows that A is 100% correlated to A and T is 100% correlated to 2, and there is no correlation between A and T. The output table consists of the starting position, the ending position, and the nucleotide frequencies given here. And this is the correlation table. Thank you.
Please give a big hand for Mr. Alakra Chaudhary for the wonderful development of DNA scanner. Thank you very much. Moving forward, let's welcome Ms. Raya Bhattacharya from the Center for Plant and Environmental Biotechnology. With a passion for sustainable solutions, I welcome Ms. Raya. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raya Bhattacharya, and I'm pursuing PhD under Professor Dr. Archana Tiwari. Here I'm presenting a part of the work which we've performed in the lab, that is on biorefining oleaginous microalgae, isoprices species for fuel and high value products. Firstly, microalgae. Microalgae, they are known as the microbial cell factories. They are photosynthetic organisms which uses light and inorganic nutrients for producing for photosynthesis, which in turn through which they produce proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, pigments, and many other bioactive compounds. These bioactive compounds finds application in aquaculture as functional foods, in pharmaceuticals, and as well as in cosmeceuticals. So besides this, they are also considered as natural feedstock for different kinds of biomaterials like biofuel, biodiesel, and bioenergy. They are equipped to utilize more than one or multiple carbon sources, and as a result of which they are able to grow under different trophic modes. This is one of the speciality which makes them robust and helps them to adapt to different environmental conditions. So an enhanced and efficient biorefinery approach would involve comprehensive utilization of these marine microalgae by utilizing not just single product biorefinery, but co-product biorefinery, and in implementing ALE, that is adaptive laboratory evolution. So coming to isocrisis, as you can see in the picture on the right, that it's a golden brown primnesiophyte, and which is basically ellipsoidal in shape and lacks a cell wall, and generally ranges from 5 to 6 millimeter. They have two flagella, which helps them in the motility, which is a characteristic feature of this strain. And isocrisis is one of the most experimental microalgae due to its exceptional nutritional value, robust growth rate, and wide tolerance to a different range of environmental conditions. Ecologically also, this strain is very helpful as it regulates the growth and development of different rotifers and zooplanktons, which in turn maintains the aquatic food chain. Coming to the bioactive potential, as discussed earlier, that they produce pigments, lipids, polysaccharides, different kinds of secondary metabolites like sterols, tocopherols, phenolic compounds, and these bioactive compounds have potential bioactivity. That is, they have antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-cancerous, and other immunostimulatory activities. So overall, the strain is a very good source for aqua feed also. The experimental workflow which we implemented in the lab was that first we collected the water sample, marine sample, then isolated the strain from that and identified it. Then after pure culture establishment, we have estimated the primary and secondary metabolites, followed by the pigment content and the lipid estimation. This is a detailed methodology wherein how the isolation was done, that is through serial dilution and single cell pickup technique was used to isolate the microalgae, and which was further cultured in seawater F/2 media. Then metabolite estimations was done after harvesting the biomass. The metabolites estimations were done. Also the pigment, since it's a photosynthetic organism, so the pigment estimation was done, and different kinds of carotenoid pigments were estimated. The lipid estimation was done through Bligan-Dyer method, and the phase separated was further used for transesterification, was transesterified and used for profiling the lipids. And that was used for estimating the biodiesel capability. Also, the antioxidant activity of the different extracts was estimated through DPPH and ABTS scavenging activity. And the antibacterial activity was against 5 different pathogenic strains was done through the agar well diffusion method and through minimum inhibitory concentration. So the results here, yes, around 10 lakh cells were found around on the 14th day of the cultivation period. Maximum growth was found, and during which around 10 lakh cells were estimated, which was high from a few initially published papers, wherein 7.5 in 10 to the power 6 cells and 4.6 in 10 to the power 6 cells were reported. Coming to metabolite content, we have estimated that the metabolite content, the primary and secondary metabolites. So the protein content was maximum, that is 520 mg per gram, followed by carbohydrate and total polysaccharide content. The polyphenol content was also high in this extract, which was 46.85 mg per gram. Coming the qualitative and quantitative estimation of the pigment, different kinds of pigment components was done, through which we found that chlorophyll A and chlorophyll C made up 19% and 16% of the total. And fucoxanthin also, which is a prominent carotenoid in the golden algae, that was 9%. So the fatty acid profile over here, as you can see, the total lipid content estimated was 32% of the dry weight, and the transesterification revealed that there were a range of different saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated fatty acids. So the saturated fatty acids like myristic acid and palmitic acid was there. Monounsaturated fatty acids like ellagic acid, and polyunsaturated fatty acids like eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid was also reported. The EPA content was 33.34% and 2.36% of DHA, and 10.21 mg per gram dry weight was the total yield of EPA, and total yield of DHA was 7.24 mg per gram dry weight. So then the antioxidative potential. So for the antioxidative potential, the different extracts which was there, we have done the DPPH and ABTS assay to estimate that antioxidant activity or potential of those compounds. So in this, we found that through DPPH, the carotenoids extract showed highest antioxidant scavenging activity, and in the ABTS scavenging activity, we found that the phenol extract showed the maximum. Yes, and in the antibacterial potential, highest zone of inhibition was found with Bacillus subtilis, which was around 20 mm of the with which zone which we found, and also that the strain showed a prominent antibacterial efficacy against Aeromonas, which is a potential fish pathogen. So from overall, all the estimations, we find that not just metabolically, they have the potential, sorry, as a good aqua feed, but also they have good biocontrol activity. So they can be utilized for aquaculture purpose. To conclude, having lipids a significantly high proportion of cellular metabolite, that is 32% of the dry weight, thus haptophyte isopriasis, could serve as an vegan source of omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids like arachidonic acid, EPA, and DHA, which are the key in serving several health problems. So this was a part of the work which we did. Basically, Diatom Research Laboratory involves different aspects of algal biology. So a part of it, I'm just explaining here that algal biorefinery, we do bioactivity and biocontrol estimations. Then Diatom derived high-value metabolites and their potential as functional food. Diatom metabolites and their potential as smart drug delivery system, wastewater remediation and carbon sequestration, high-density cultivation, and aquaculture. These are the key publications in the recent years. And this is the lab image. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Can we please have a big round of applause for Ms. Bhattacharya? Thank you so much for addressing pressing concerns in the environment by exploration of such useful products from algal sources. Last, but certainly not the least, we have Ms. Soumya Sharma from the Center of Biotech and Biochemical Engineering. Can we please have a big round of applause for her?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Soumya Sharma. I'm a PhD scholar from Amity Institute of Biotechnology. So today I'm here to present a part of my work entitled Candida rugosa lipase immobilization on biopolymer-based nanogel for studying its application in ester synthesis. I have done this work under supervision of Dr. Praveen Daya, and Dr. Rachna Sahane is my co-supervisor. So I will start my presentation with a brief background information on the topic. For our study, we have taken commercially available Candida rugosa lipases. It is a food-grade enzyme with enzyme commission number 3.1.1.3. These enzymes are serine hydrolases, which act as a promising biocatalyst in industrial biotransformation reactions like hydrolysis, esterification, and transesterification. In nature, lipases are present in their free forms, which has several disadvantages, such as poor stability, decreased enzyme activity, high cost, difficulty in their separation, premature degradation, and there are no chances of its reusability. So it is important to immobilize the enzymes on efficient support matrices to overcome these disadvantages. Immobilization is a process where enzymes are confined on a particular surface area, retaining their catalytic activities. Nowadays, biopolymer-based nanomaterials have gained attention as efficient support matrices. As biopolymers are naturally occurring polymers, they are biodegradable, biocompatible, and non-toxic in nature. Whereas nanomaterials are considered as efficient matrices due to their high surface area, stability, shelf life, and higher enzyme loading capabilities. Whereas biopolymers are considered for synthesis of nanoparticles due to their high thermal, chemical, and mechanical properties. The present study was designed with an aim to develop stable iron alginate nanogel as efficient support matrices for lipase immobilization. Also, we have studied the industrial application of immobilized lipases in ester synthesis. Moving forward to the work plan which we followed for this work. Firstly, we have synthesized iron alginate nanogel using microemulsion technology. Then we have performed immobilization of Candida rugosa lipases using encapsulation method. Then kinetic characterization of the free and immobilized lipases were done, in which we have determined the optimum pH, temperature, storage, thermal, and operational stabilities. Then we have studied the morphological characterization of the nanogel, where we have determined the size and shape of the particle using dynamic light scattering and scanning electron microscopy, followed by the molecular docking studies just to predict the binding affinity between the lipase and the support matrix. And at last, we have studied the application of immobilized lipases in ester synthesis. So as we look into the results, Firstly, we have determined the optimum pH, where we have taken a pH range of 4 to 11, and we observed that in case of free lipases, the optimum pH was 7, and it enhanced in case of immobilized lipases. Similarly, optimum temperature studies were carried out at a temperature range of 20 to 55 degrees Celsius, and we observed that free lipases were stable up to 35 degrees Celsius, and in case of immobilization, the optimum temperature increased to 50 degrees Celsius. The enhancement in optimum temperature and pH is basically due to the encaging effect, which is shown by iron alginate support matrix, where it forms a cage-like structure around the free lipase, making it more stable and rigid at higher temperature and pH. Then we have studied the storage stability storage stability of the free and immobilized enzyme at 4 degrees Celsius for 28 days. At day 14th, we observed approximate 50% of storage stability in case of free enzymes. And for immobilized enzyme, the storage stability increased till day 21st. So we can conclude that our immobilized enzyme has more shelf life as compared to free lipase. Then the thermal stability studies were done at a temperature range of 30 to 65 degrees Celsius. The thermal stabilities were carried out for 3 hours, and at an interval of 30 minutes, we have calculated the thermal stability, and we found that immobilized enzyme showed higher thermal stability at 50 degrees Celsius with a T-half of 2.5 hours. Then we have performed the operational stability studies. The operational stability of immobilized CRL was examined by reusing the lipases for 8 consecutive cycles. And we found that up to 5th cycle, our enzyme showed approximately 50% residual activity. Then binding interactions were checked using Autodoc Vena software, and the binding affinity of lipase and the support was -4.8. And the RMSD value was 0.1, which confirmed the binding of support and matrix. Then morphological characterization studies were performed, and by the results of DLS, we can conclude that the size of the particle was 90 nanometers and the zeta potential was -45 millivolt. Further insights into the morphological characterization was given by SEM micrograph. According to SEM graph, we found the size was 80 nanometers and the shape was elongated rice-shaped. Then we have checked the industrial application by synthesizing 2 esters, butyl butyrate and ethyl acetate. Both these esters are short chain esters. They are used as flavoring and aromatic agents in various industries like food, pharma, and cosmetics. For butyl butyrate, the substrates which we have used are butyric acid and butanol. And for ethyl acetate, the substrate which we have used are acetic acid and ethanol. Butyl butyrate is a pineapple flavor ester and ethyl acetate is a cherry flavor ester. Their production is confirmed by gas chromatography, and the ester conversion yield was 90% in case of butyl butyrate, and in case of ethyl acetate, the ester conversion yield was 82%, which was significantly higher when we compared it with free lipases. So the present study concludes that the immobilized Candida rugosa lipase showed higher optimum temperature and pH, higher storage, thermal, and operational stabilities. The recovery of the product was easy and the enzyme could be reused for 5 cycles. Also, we were able to successfully synthesize pineapple and cherry flavor esters, which have large industrial applications. The future prospect of my study is upscaling of our results will give a greener, cleaner food flavor synthesis method for sustainable development of food industries. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharma, for your revolutionary work in Candida rugosa lipase enzyme research. With that, I would like to thank each of our esteemed presenters. I extend my heartfelt appreciation for your dedication, passion, and commitment to advancing the frontiers of science. I would like to quote Dr. C.V. Raman, "Science is a source of endless possibilities. It all depends on our willingness to explore and experiment." I unquote. Now, I would like to request our esteemed judges to please come and announce the results. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all of the people present here. So we would like to request you to come on stage and please give your remarks on our presentations. Thank you so much, sir.
So I think it is a good occasion to have the competition, and we are learning also. I think we can also, each department can do this aspect, the competition among students, that will encourage them, inspire them. Competitiveness आना चाहिए, आ जाइए, please. So, but we listen to all the five. It's a good choice, and everybody has selected good topics and presented nicely, but there are always, nothing is perfect. There is always a opportunity for improvement. And so there are a huge number of improvement. You are just a beginner. You will realize when you will get the, of course, during the PhD time, you go for a conference and get first prize, second prize, in poster also, in oral also. So it is not that if you don't get a prize because there is only one prize, but I increased it to two. At least any competition there should be two, first and second at least, if not more, so that, but others should have some consolation that is not there. I do not know, but certainly everybody, five people have done good job. But there are some problem. I understand that the one who was presenting the DNA scanner. So DNA scanner, that I gather from the guide, Professor Kamal Rahul, that it is some students' word, but the candidate who presented you, yeah. So, but that I was why he is hesitating and only describing the equipment. Then only he said that it was a PhD program of some student. She is sick, I think, and so it is important. It is very appropriate in this context of Science Day, the National Science Day. So that some indigenous something has been made and some experiment is being done. So some results to be shown, not describing the equipment only, but also to give the results and some highlight. And also one of the faculty told, senior faculty, so she from AIB, she told that it is also important that take-home message or the bullet points to be given, what is their highlight of the finding. That's a conclusion, but highlight. So, and what was the main thing when you present, what was your theme you started to do work? And what are the right questions you have asked? And then how you resolved it, got the results, and what is your outcome or what you has got it, the results. And with the results, what is the highlight of that? 1 or 2 points only, just that I have got this much. I know it will not be a great that you have got so many results and all. Publication has to be shown because it is a competition. So you are presenting and quickly clip the slide. You don't read what is the author's name and what is the journal. So before seeing it, you flip it. So that is not right also. If it is a competition, you should need to give the slide time, but you are in a hurry to continue to other, you have a time fixed always. So nevertheless, everybody presented nicely and it will improve. It is not that it's a competition. The award is 1 or 2, but it is a small competition, only 5 people, but there may be 50 people sometime. So if you go to a conference, so if not everybody can get the award, but not that everybody's work is bad. It's a competition. It's just a minor difference, makes a lot of difference of the results. So you will learn it, but it's all should be. I thank all the competitors. It's a good sportsman spirit. We have to compete and you have to improve your science. So if it is not here, you may get somewhere better. So these are the spirit that once you know that in the IS competition, someone comes completely failed, completely in first chance. And the next chance, I remember some lady, women candidate, Gupta, I remember the title several years back, means maybe 7-8 years back. She was, that came in the photo, that first attempt, she was zero, completely useless. She didn't come anywhere. But the next time, she came the topper. So these are the things. When if you do not get this time, next time in a big conference, you will get a top award. So it is the spirit on that you have to prepare, you have to compete. It's a competitive mind. So thank you all. So I now request to the HY of the AIB and the announcer, MC will can announce. नहीं, आप करो.
So, good afternoon all. So as Dr. Das very rightly pointed out that it is very important to be in the competition. So from the administrator side of AIB, I think we should take it on us, and we are really proud that, sir, at a very, very short notice, all these 5 participants agreed. So the center heads have nominated them, and there was no perfect format. But yes, as Dr. Rachna said, that being a PhD scholars, you should know what are the proper rules for presenting anywhere. So with this, I think we are really proud that for the first time, our 5 scholars have come forward, and maybe in future we will have much more scholars coming and standing, because standing here and talking takes a lot of courage. So proud of all of you. So all the 5 are winners.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das sir, and Deepshika ma'am. So as we just said, this was something that we decided very lately, that we would be conducting this kind of a, talk by PhD students. The idea is not competition. The idea is that the students come forth and gain that confidence to talk in a scientific presentation, in a scientific conference. So I think all of you did your best, did very well. Yes, there are always, shortcomings, and they should always be there, because there's always a scope for improvement. So very well done, all of you. But as we had said that it is going to be a competition, so I thank. Okay, let's have a hand for all 5. And I thank Sir Dr. Das and Dr. Biswajit. Biswajit, why am I saying Biswajit? I'm totally. Dr. Biswas. I always tend to confuse, I don't know why, but I sometimes call him Biswas and I call you Biswajit. Okay. So Dr. Biswas, thank you so much. So now we have the results with us. So may I request Das sir, Dr. Biswas and Deepshika ma'am to please come forward, and we have a small token of appreciation for the winners, but we will give a certificate to all 5 presenters. The certificates are not ready now. We'll give it to you later on, but gifts we have right now. Yeah, may I request all center heads also to come on the stage, because they also put a lot of effort in selecting their students from their centers. All the supervisors whose students presented, can they also come upstairs? Dr. Archana is there, Dr. Praveen is there, Dr. Deepshika is already here, and Dr. Kamal is also here. Anybody we are missing? Good. Yeah, so the second prize, the runner-up prize for this goes to Ms. Raya Bhattacharya. Congratulations, Raya. We'll stay here. We will have another photograph. And the first prize goes to Ms. Asiya Khan.
नहीं आज तो आज फिनिश
हमारा तो
करो हमारी पीपीटी की तरह इस पे कहीं डली होगी ना बट वो उधर से भी अरे फोल्डर बना लिया ये चलो डिलीट कर मार पता नहीं पता ये है मैंने यही रखा था ना देख आज रिसाइकल
हाँ जी हाँ जी